rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
Para wala namang ko-complain. Ikaw magpe-prayer. Dahil ko lang ng 2:59, magti-3. Malapit pag mag-3 o'clock.
Wait.
May 1 minute. Uy, everyday na ako 3 o'clock. Everyday na ako 3 o'clock. The 28th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer today by distinguished Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord, Heavenly Father, the Creator of the universe, the Creator of the heavens and the earth. We come before you, humbling ourselves, knowing that without you, we can do nothing. Apart from you, we are nobody. But if you are with us, no one and nothing, no circumstances here on earth can be against us. Today, as we open our session, our last day of session before we move forward, Mr. Lord Jesus, allow us, O Lord, to receive your anointing of wisdom and understanding, the treasury of wisdom from heaven as we deliberate on very important measures, O Lord, in this August chamber. We thank you, Father God, for the opportunity this morning for designing into law Republic Act number 11962 or the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. We thank you for our President, our beloved Senate President, and our dear colleagues who work very hard for your glory alone. Bless this institution, bless every family represented here, and into your hands we commend everything as we carefully give back to you all the glory, all the honor, and all the praise. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Session suspended for 1 minute. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President Subiri.
With 19 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader, before we proceed to our agenda, I would like to put on record, my dear colleagues, please listen up. My dear colleagues, today is the last day of our Deputy Secretary, DepSec Edwin Belen, who is retiring tomorrow from the Senate of how many years of service, sir? 36 years of service. And I think that today we should give honor to where honor is due. And I believe the good Majority Floor Leader.
Yes.
Yes, Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As mentioned by our dear Senate President, today is the last day in session of Deputy Secretary Edwin B. Belen, who will retire effective tomorrow. Mr. President, kayo na ho yung nagbanggit after 36 years. Nagsimulang wala pa yung buhok hanggang naging itim, ngayon puti na. But kidding aside, Mr. President, I therefore would like to move to adopt an numbered resolution expressing the Senate's sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Deputy Secretary for Legislation, Attorney Edwin B. Belen, for dedicating 36 years of invaluable service to the Senate as an institution.
Yes, and I will make this an exception. Let us all give him a round of applause for the job well done.
Hoy!
Buhay. Pati ako, naiiyak ako. And I'd just like to put on record, never did we see such a very hardworking, dedicated and loyal individual to this institution. He's one of the pillars of this institution. He has seen many presidents, many Senate presidents, and many senators in his 36 years in the Philippine Senate. Once again, mabuhay po kayo, sir. I'm sure your family is happy that you can spend more time with them in Albay. Yes. So once again, mabuhay po kayo. There being no objection to the motion.
Mr. President, before we act on the motion, Senator Bato de la Rosa is seeking the floor.
Senator Bato de la Rosa, our distinguished colleague, is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. Just a short manifestation. I would like to associate myself with the resolution subject to style that is going to be proposed by the majority leader pertaining to the retirement of our very good friend, Deputy Secretary Edwin Belen. I just would like to share very short experience with him, Mr. President. When I was still the chief PNP, during our Senate hearings here in the Senate, during Senate investigations, lumapit sa akin yan si Deputy Speaker Belen. Binigyan niya ako ng rules of the Senate. At meron siya dedication doon. Sabi niya, Sir, I am very sure that you are going to need this because you will become a senator. So, siya po ang pinakaunang tao sa Senado nagsabi na magiging senador do ako nung chief PNP pa ako. So, with that, I am very thankful for the good Deputy Secretary.
He saw the future. He saw the future. Nakita niya.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Kinabukasan mo. So maraming salamat, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Our deputy majority leader also is seeking the floor, Mr. President. I move
Yes,
that he be
Mr.
recognized,
President, just like to ask Senator Bato, has he read the book that DepSec given him?
Hanggang dedication lang muna nung nabasa ko. Kasi Mr. President, hindi ba talaga pangarap ko na maging senador? Pero ngayon, yung issue mo na, yung binigay mo sa akin na libro, binasa ko na talaga. Thank you.
Kidding aside, Mr. President, I move for the previous question, Mr. President. Mr.
Yeah.
President, our deputy minority leader is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Gusto ko lang briefly but personally very heartfelt idagdag yung aking pasasalamat at pagpugay ng buong kasamahan namin ng mga senador dito kay DepSec Edwin Belien. Na DepSec para sa pinakapuso ng trabaho natin dito, yung pagsasabatas. DepSec na isa sa mga oragon digdi sa Senado bilang isang Bicolano. As in, dakulang pasasalamat sa maraming pagkakataon nagbigay po kayo sa akin ng word of encouragement. That makes the difference for all of us to pursue our work. So mabuhay po kayo. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement. Salamat
Thank you very
kaayo,
much,
Mr.
ma'am.
President.
And I can recall when I was a first term majority floor leader, even in the 2016 when I came back, or 2017 when we came back as my second term majority leader, DepSec Belen was very helpful to me when it came to the rules. He was my go-to guy at the time pagdating po sa rules and what rulings and pleadings we should be giving on the floor. So you'll be sorely missed, DepSec Belen, your family to the Senate. You're always welcome here, sir. Again, you may have retired, but still consider the Senate as your home. So without further ado, there being no objection, okay na? The motion to have a unnumbered resolution in honor of DepSec Edwin Belen for his 30 years of public service, 36 years of public
36.
service within the halls of the Senate is hereby approved and adopted. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we continue with today's agenda, let me put into the records of this August chamber our congratulatory message to your honor, Mr. President, for receiving the honoris causa, Doctor for Public Administration
Thank
in the
you.
Polytechnic University of the Philippines yesterday. Congratulations,
Thank
Mr.
you very
President.
much. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
It was an honor to receive the award from, or the honoris causa from PUP. By the way, PUP is the graduates of PUP in a survey was the most sought after employee or
By the
graduate,
employee.
no?
Yes.
Even higher than UP. Kaya sabi ko na PUP honoris causa na kaming dalawa ni Senator Coco Pimentel. Madali na kami makahanap ng trabaho niyan.
Same here, Mr. President.
Ah,
And
yes,
my father
also-
is the longest
Also, that's right.
sitting regent, Mr. President, of PUP.
PUP. And you also received the honoris causa for
Yes,
PUP.
Mr. President. So,
What was your doctorate? Doctor of
humanities, Mr. President.
Humanities.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you and congratulations
Thank
again.
you.
Mr. President, the minority leader is seeking the floor. I move that he
Our
be
distinguished
recognized.
minority
Of
leaders
course,
recognized.
I thank you, Mr. President. I join in congratulating our
Thank you,
Senate
sir.
President, Dr. Mig Subiri, which we already did yesterday, Mr.
Yes,
President.
the
When he came
deliberations,
back,
deliberations.
we already congratulated him. And may I insert into the records also my tribute to Attorney Billion, Mr. President.
Thank you so much.
So this is one technique he has taught us to insert into the records. Our
And Mr. President, I will be remissing of my duty if we are not going to put into the records that all members of the Senate would want to be co-sponsor, co-author of the resolution, Mr.
Resolution.
President.
Yes, we take note of that, put that in the records. And I'd like to just ask the secretary to make sure that we include in the resolution all the achievements of our distinguished Deputy Secretary General. Especially, I heard that he was pala member of the Kabataan Barangay. So he was a member of the first SK of the Philippines, as KB and all other endeavors that he had taken in the past. So let's not forget that. So because it will be a very, it has to be a very good tribute to our distinguished
Thank you,
gentleman
Mr.
after
President.
36 years of service.
Yes, Mr. President,
you,
may I
Mr.
just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery? I can see from here my former colleague in the House, former Governor Mark Cagas, officers of Geodetic Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, led by President Quirino Clemeno Jr., guest of Senator Ejercito, guest of Senator Pimentel, Rotary Club of Manila, Manila Bay Chapter, President Mr. Ali Laghab, guest of Senator De La Rosa, Mayor Hasanor Tawan-Tawan of Lanao del Norte. We welcome all of them in this August chamber.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen, especially my dear friend, Governor Mark Cagas.
Mr.
My
President,
kumpare.
thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the 27th session Tuesday, September 26, 2023 at a later hour.
There be no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There be no objection, we ask the secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate Bill number 2452, an act amending Republic Act number 997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009, and for other purposes by Senator Padilla.
To the Committees on Cultural Communities, Civil Service.
2453, an act amending Act number 4103 as amended, otherwise known as the Indeterminate Sentence Law, and for other purposes by Senator Padilla.
To the Committees on Justice and Human Rights.
2454, an act to promote and sustain the industrial, economic, and social development in the Cagayan Valley region, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7922, otherwise known as the Cagayan Special Economic Zone of 1995 by Senator Escudero.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government and Ways and Means.
Committee reports, Committee Report number 139, prepared and submitted jointly with the Committees on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, Public Works and Finance, on Senate Bill number 2451 with Senators Go, Gatchalian, Lapid, Tulfo, Villar, Estrada, and Revilla Jr. as authors thereof, entitled An Act Establishing Evacuation Centers for Every City and Municipality, and appropriating funds therefore recommending its approval, and substitution of Senate Bill numbers 193, 940, 1200, 1652, 2085, 2143, taking into consideration House Bill number 7354 by Senator Estrada, sponsor Senator Estrada.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 140 submitted jointly with the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House Bill number 907 introduced by Representative Marino et al. An act creating a district engineering office in the 5th Legislative District of the Province of Batangas and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendments, taking into consideration Senate Bill numbers 2160 and 2274, sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 141 submitted jointly with the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House Bill number 1147 introduced by Representative D.F. et al. Entitled an act creating a district engineering office in the 6th Legislative District of the Province of Isabela and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment by Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
142 submitted jointly with the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House Bill number 7539 by Representative Garcia et al. An act creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Bataan and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Its sponsor, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
143 submitted jointly with the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House Bill number 7553 introduced by Representative Duhali et al. An act creating a district engineering office in the 2nd Legislative District of the Province of Davao del Norte and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
144 submitted by the same committees on House Bill number 7647 introduced by Representative Acharon, an act creating a district engineering office in the Lone Legislative District of the City of General Santos and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Its sponsor, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
145 submitted jointly with the same committees introduced by on House Bill number 7768 introduced by Representative Silverio et al. An act creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Bulacan and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
146 on House Bill number 7934 introduced by Representative Chan. An act creating a district engineering office in the Lone Legislative District of the City of Lapu-Lapu and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
147 submitted jointly with the same committees on House Bill number 7933 and produced by Representative Acop et al. An act creating a district engineering office in the City of Antipolo, Province of Rizal and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendments. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
148 on House Bill number 770 introduced by Representative Jarasco, an act creating a district engineering office in the 2nd Legislative District of the Province of Baclan and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
149 on House Bill 7769, an act creating a district engineering office in the 3rd Legislative District of the Province of Iloilo and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
150 on House Bill number 7645, an act creating a district engineering office in the 4th Legislative District of the Province of Bukidnon and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
151 submitted jointly with the Committees on Public Works and Finance on House Bill number 7648 introduced by Representative Rector et al. An act creating a district engineering office in the 6th Legislative District of the Province of Batangas and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
And committee report number 152 on House Bill number 8133 introduced by Representative Garcia et al. An act creating a district engineering office in the 2nd Legislative District of Davao City and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Revilla Jr.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, may I also recognize our esteemed counterpart from the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Baby Vargas of Alfonso Cagayan. Vargas Alfonso of Cagayan, Mr. President. She is here with us. We would like to acknowledge her. Thank you.
Welcome to
ma'am.
the Senate. Welcome to the Senate, madam.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 606 under Committee Report number 72. This is the bill on President Carlos P. Garcia Circumferential Road in Bohol. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So
There
move,
be-
Mr. President.
There be an objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate and ask questions. I now move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There be no objections, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
There are no committee amendments, or I don't know, Mr. President, if there are
No
individual-
committee amendments, Mr. President.
There are no
Just
committee
want-
amendments, and
Just want to put on record, Senator Padilla would like to be made co-author of this. motion.
okay, yes, Mr. President, we acknowledge that. Is
Thank
there any committee?
No
or
committee
individual?
amendments, no
Okay.
individual amendments, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, with no committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments. So move, Mr.
Period of
President.
amendments is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 606. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 606.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6688 under Committee Report number 73. This is the bill on Ambassador Eduardo Danding M. Cojuangco Jr. Avenue. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpellations.
There
So
being no
moved, sir.
objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May we know from the sponsor if there are committee or
No
individual?
committee amendments,
No individual.
and no individual amendments.
Mr. President,
As
with
well,
that,
we include Senator Padilla to be one of the co-author.
Mr. President, with no committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move, and with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6688. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 6694 under Committee Report number 74.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this is the bill on Mariano Luch Badelias Senior Bridge in Iligan City. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
President, no member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions. I move to close the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May we know if the sponsor has any committee or individual amendments?
No committee amendments or individual amendments, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6694. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7126 under Committee Report number 75. This is the bill on Speaker Arnulfo Noli Fuentebella Highway in Camarines Sur. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May we know from the distinguished sponsor if there are any committee or individual amendments?
There are no committee amendments or individual amendments. Just
Thank you,
include Senator Padilla as a co-author.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7126. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7126.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I also be allowed to be co-author and co-sponsor of the measure, Mr. President?
Yes,
the
there,
four-
take note of that, and if I may also be made a
Yes,
co-sponsor of the measure, being that the wife of Speaker Nulfo Fontebella is a distant relative of my mom, so
our former colleague,
our
Mr. President.
former colleague in the Senate, so I'm in the Congress.
Thank you. Mr. President.
So, yes, we take note of all the matters.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for 1 minute. resume.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2221. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of September 25, 2023 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for his individual amendments.
Our distinguished colleague and sponsor of the measure, Senator Raffy Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President. I would like to introduce additional amendments to Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69, based on clean copy as of September 25, 2023. On page 3, line 5, replace 16 with 18. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion, amendments approved.
This amendment is from Senate Minority Floor Leader Senator Coco Pimentel. On page 10, line 10, under section 9, after the word days, and insert the phrase from being informed of the incident. In the same line, after the word DMW, delete the phrase or OWA. Then on line 11, after the word dole, delete the phrase or marina. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendment is approved.
Next, Mr. President, is the amendment introduced by Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva. On page 10, lines 24 to 25, under section 12, after the word gender, remove the phrase identity or expression. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Per amendment of Senator Francis Tolentino, on page 12, line 9, insert a new section 19 to read. Section 19, right to vote in national elections. Seafarers who are qualified and registered voters may vote in national elections as well as in all national referenda and plebiscites in accordance with the provisions of Republic Act 10590, otherwise known as the Overseas Voting Act of 2013. Thus, the succeeding section shall be adjusted accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
This amendment was introduced by Senator Loren Legarda. On page 13, line 20, under section 21, insert a new sub-item I, which shall read, I, to perform one's duties in a responsible and sustainable manner should one engage in various economic activities related to oceans, seas, and coast. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Next amendment was introduced by Minority Floor Leader Senator Coco Pimentel. On page 14, line 25, section 26, after the word collected, insert a comma and add the phrase in whole or in part. Thereafter, replace the period after the word families with comma and add the phrase including the cost of visas, provided that only the cost of obtaining medical certificate, seafarer's record book, and passport or other similar travel documents may be charged to the seafarer. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
On page 27, lines 10 to 11, under section 49, after the phrase a bail of the, delete the phrase voluntary arbitration or compulsory arbitration absent a settlement or agreement under the.
Is that item number 7?
On
Item
page
nu-
27, Mr. President.
Is this item number 7? Yung on page 27, line 20?
Before item number 7. It's an additional, Mr. President.
Okay, wala sa lista. It's not in the list. Just give it to me.
Wala po
So
sa-
there being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Ito na. Okay. On the same page, page 27, line 16, after the word unresolved, insert the phrase absent a settlement or agreement. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, amendments approved.
Next amendment was introduced by Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva. On page 27, line 28, after the word NCMB, replace the word shall with may. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
On page 30, line 21, under section 56, after the phrase in cases of, insert the word infection. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
Additional, Mr. President, additional amendment not included on the list. On page 31, lines 22 to 24, after the word technology, delete the rest of the sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments approved.
May bago pa ulit. Another additional, Mr. President, on page 31, line 2, section 56, after the word government, insert the phrase shall bear the cost of medical care and quarantine expenses. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes,
Yeah.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
I'm actually trying to follow because I have amendments and might touch upon them, and I cannot follow because we're jumping. It appears that the sponsor is introducing amendments by various colleagues. I understand, no, that they have different sections, but we need to slow it down so we can follow, and it will make it easier for the sponsor, so I don't have to repeat. As it is, I will probably have to repeat some because I was not able to follow, Your Honor.
No worries.
So can we start at
maybe
least with
ask-
this one?
With this particular one, can
Yeah.
you state, it's not kasi in my list, it's not in my list, it's a new amendment. So what was the page again and
It's on
line?
page 31,
Okay, one second.
Mr. President,
Page 31.
line 2,
One second, sir.
page 31,
Line 2.
line 2, section 56,
Okay, please proceed, Your Honor.
after the word government, insert the phrase shall bear the cost of medical care and quarantine expenses. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection from our colleagues? There being none, amendment is approved.
Additional, Mr. President, on the same page, on page 31, lines 22 to 24, after the word technology, delete the rest of the sentence. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment?
Mr.
Yes,
President,
please, proceed.
actually, sorry. As I said, I'm trying to follow. My concern is the previous amendment.
Oh, which one? The last one that he mentioned?
The one,
That he just read?
not the one that's on the floor now, just the previous one after
It was
Philippine government, insert.
Page
Page
31, line 2.
Yes.
After Philippine government, Mr.
Yes.
Sponsor, you said to put the words,
After the word government, insert the phrase shall bear the cost of medical care and quarantine expenses. Yun po yung sinabi ko.
Yes, I captured that. In the succeeding amendments, if you could kindly read the entire provision as to how it will read, so it's easy for us to capture the entire sentence. Otherwise, I'm scribbling notes to capture the entire sentence. But on that note, that's why I belatedly captured it. I'm just explaining why delayed yung aking reaction. The Philippine government will carry the cost of care. I think we need to be careful about that because in as much as I would like the Philippine government to take care of all OFWs, even PhilHealth cannot cover all the sicknesses of the Filipinos. So kailangan reasonable po ang expectations natin kasi mahirap pong mangako na hindi naman natin kayang ituparin. So may I suggest that the sponsor revisit that and come up with language that is more reasonable. Mr. President, I was just saying that when you state that the government will handle the cost of care, medyo even PhilHealth cannot handle all, no? Lahat ng may cancer, gusto ko sagutin ng PhilHealth. Lahat ng may renal problems, gusto ko i-cover nila lahat ng dialysis. Pero may hangganan yung kakayanan. So wag tayong magpaasa na hindi naman kakayanin. And my request was to improve the language so that it's reasonable.
To the good, Mr. President, to the good sponsor, we're referring here upon arrival at the point of hire, which is dito sa Pilipinas, up to the seafarer's return to the place of domicile. Doon lang po. So pag dumating po dito sa Pilipinas at nag-quarantine siya, halimbawa mayroong pandemic na nangyari, emergency, then the government will take care of all the expenses covered doon sa time na siya ay nasa quarantine until siya makauwi. Walang pinag-usapan po rito tungkol sa cancer, tungkol sa chemotherapy or kidney dialysis, etc. Mr. President.
So the obligation of the government is limited to the quarantine because this provision refers to in case of epidemic or pandemic. I do
Yes.
not know what epidemic and pandemics there will be in the future. I am totally unable to predict what kind of care will be required. To say that they will be cared for in quarantine, okay na po yun. Pero all the cost of care, mahirap po yun. Kasi kung lahat yan, mga ilangan na ma-intubate, hindi ho kakayanin yun. Tapos magiging obligation of the state yan and they will not be able to perform. So I am just putting that on record because we have to be mindful of the limitations of the ability of government.
I understand, Mr. President, Your Honor, pero even before doon po sa example ko sa nangyaring pandemic, yung mga returning OFWs, pagdating po sa kanilang quarantine, food, and up to the time na sila po ay mabalik sa kanilang domicile, yan po ay kino-cover na po ng ating gobyerno through OWA. So I don't see any reason bakit natin hindi pagpatuloy yung dati ng ginagawa nating gobyerno. Plus, pagdating sa pandemic, wala naman po siguro sa pandemic na ang naging result after sa pandemic, sila po ay nagkasakit sa kidney, sila po ay nagkasakit sa cancer and all. Ang pinag-usapan lang dito is yung quarantine na habang sila nasa quarantine, yun po i-cover ng ating gobyerno, which ginagawa naman sa sa nakaraang pandemic, Mr. President, Your Honor.
To be clear, Mr. President, hindi ko sinasabing magkaka-cancer sila. Nagbigay lang ho ako ng halimbawa na maski po lahat ng sakit na nagaganap, hindi kayang sagutin ng PhilHealth. Hindi ko ho sinabing magkaka-cancer po yung OFW na kina-quarantine. On that note, Your Honor, I think it will suffice if the records will bear that this is the reasonable care expected to be given to any Filipino, no, that would have to be quarantined. Reasonable care. Any Filipino. Pareho lang naman ang natatanggap, di ba? I think fair naman po yun. May I ask that the gentleman in the back be conscious that there's a official debate going on here. Sorry, hindi ko lang kasi marinig ang sponsor. Medyo seryosong usapan namin dito.
We'll ask our colleagues to settle down.
Thank you. So with that, Your Honor, I have no amendment. I just wanted, if His Honor agrees with my statement, then that will be on record na yan ang interpretation ng amendment na yan.
Thank you.
Noted,
Thank you.
Mr. President. Pero
Thank you.
just as a point, Mr. President, Your Honor, ang sinasabi kasi namin dito, in cases of epidemic or pandemic as declared by the World Health Organizations, the organization, yun lang po yung Mr. President. Upon arrival at the point of hire, up to the seafarer's return to the place of domicile. After that, wala na po, wala nang obligasyon ng gobyerno sa gastusin kung ano pa man ma-incur. After na siya po ay makatapos sa quarantine and siya po ay naibalik na sa kanyang bahay, labas na po sa lahat ng gastusin ang ating gobyerno, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you.
But however, para mapagbigyan po, the good senator from Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano, sige, we can compromise by deleting medical care So it will appear now shall bear the cost of quarantine.
Is that
Expensive.
the amendment? You want to amend the amendment that you made?
Yes.
So we'll revisit, we'll reconsider
We
the
will-
previous amendment.
We will reconsider, Mr. President, taking into consideration the suggestion of the good senator.
Before we ask for the reconsideration, I'd just like to recognize my two dear friends from Cagayan de Oro and Misamis Oriental. We have with us Governor Bambi Emano, Congressman Bambi Emano, and Congressman Lorden Suwan, mga kapitbahay ko po sa Cagayan de Oro. As well as, of course, earlier we said Mark Cagas, my compadre. So there is a move to motion there not being objected to.
Actually, Your Honor, to
Yes.
further clarify, the paragraph preceding that, the paragraph that, okay, section 56 has two paragraphs, no? May I get clarification from the sponsor that the first paragraph of section 56 refers to the ship owner's responsibility for the expense of medical care and board and lodging for periods spent by seafarer in self-isolation or quarantine, until the seafarer has been duly repatriated to the point of hire. In other words, ang ibig sabihin nito ay kung bumabiyahe yung barko at kahit tumigil kung saan mang bansa, it's the ship owner who will take care. Is that correct so far?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And then, sabi in the last sentence of that, in the last phrase of that paragraph, until the seafarer has been duly repatriated to the point of hire. So possible yan, ang point of hire is not in the Philippines, correct? So for example, na-hire siya in Hong Kong or wherever.
No, Mr.
So
President.
what does it mean?
No, Mr. President, point of hire is always Manila, Philippines.
Okay, so in that case, the next paragraph which says, upon arrival at the point of hire, in other words, sa Pilipinas, up to the seafarer's return to the place of domicile. Ano ba domicile niya? Di ba
Ibig sabihin,
Pilipinas din?
Mr. President, Your Honor, kapag halimbawa siya ay sa taga Davao, so yan yung domicile niya, pero point of hire niya is Manila, Philippines. So domicile is kung saan po siyang probinsya, kung saan po siya nakatira, depende po. Pero kung siya po ay nakatira sa Manila, then wala na, alisin natin, understood na yung place of domicile niya is Manila. Mr. President, Mr.
I note that, but I will put on record something, Your Honor. Just I just need a second to pull up the file.
With a good sponsor, the lady senator, I'll suspend for a minute so that maybe you can just fix the lines.
Okay.
Then we can revisit it. So I'll suspend for just a.
Actually, Your Honor, I can just tell His Honor now my concern if the proper use of if the proper language is domicile or residence. I think it's residence, but that's why I said, let me pull out the file because I will read into the record and His Honor can agree or disagree if residence or domicile is the better terminology to use.
Maybe it's better we just suspend for 1 minute, so. Session suspended.
We allow the presiding Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
please
President.
proceed. Thank you very much.
If I may continue what I was saying, I was pointing out that the bill refers to the obligation of the seafarer, the obligation of the ship owner or manning agency to take care, to be responsible for the expenses of medical care of the seafarer when in self-isolation or quarantine until the seafarer has been repatriated to the point of hire. And then the next paragraph goes on to say, upon arrival at the point of hire, which the sponsor said is always the Philippines, up to the seafarer's return to the place of domicile, the Philippine government will take care of his quarantine. I asked if His Honor means domicile or residence, and the sponsor said that he is just following what is contained in the Maritime Labor Convention. But this is a Philippine law, so we have to be sure what we are referring to, because under Philippine law, there is a difference between residence and domicile. And the obligation of the Philippine government will be affected if the person does not return to the domicile.
Meron siyang right to choose kung ano yung final repatriation destination niya. Either the point of hire or point of domicile. Point of domicile is permanent resident.
Okay, doon kasi sa contract, Mr. President, Your Honor, nakaspecify point of hire and point of domicile where he or she can choose kung saan siya babagsak at never na ang saan? Kung saan siya babalik in case of repatriation, because we're talking here of repatriation. So therefore, like you mentioned and I've mentioned earlier, sa MLC Maritime Labor Code 2006, never kasi na-mention doon yung word residence. They always use the term domicile in referring to the seafarer after he or she's been repatriated. So may point din po kayo dahil Philippine law ang pinairal natin dito. That's why much better kung gagamit tayo ng word residence. I see your point. On the other hand, dito po kasi sa MLC, maging dun sa contract nitong seafarer sa SEC, sa standard employment contract, doon po sinusulat niya kung saan ang kanyang permanent domicile and never na-mention doon ang word residence. Kasi kung maglalagay tayo ng another word doon na wala po sa standard employment contract at wala po sa MLC, medyo magulo po yun, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, magulo din po yon if under Philippine law, you do not provide for clarity if you mean domicile or residence. What do you mean, Your Honor? What is your intention? At to what point will the Philippine government be responsible, domicile or resident? What is the intention of His Honor in the draft?
Oh,
The residence or the address given by the sponsor
okay, the domicile is same as the address given by the seafarer when he signed his contract doon po sa SEC, Standard Employment Contract. Doon po nakalagay yung kanyang exact address under the word domicile. Ganon din po doon sa MLC, yung word domicile ang means na yun po yung kanyang place of residence. And again, I would like to put it on record na I see your point, Your Honor, na this is Philippine law we're talking about. Dapat under Philippine law, gamitin natin yung word residence. However, since wala naman po yung word residence maging sa standard employment contract na pinirmahan ng ating seafarer and maging sa MLC, baka magkaroon ng konting confusion doon because two different, I mean, dun sa dalawa, domicile always been mentioned and never na-mention yung word na residence. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Do I remember correctly that in the first part of his honor's answer, he said in the standard employment contract, he would indicate as his domicile, his what? What did his honor say? Place of residence, place of permanent residence? What was the statement made?
Basahin mo.
Our declaration of repatriation.
Hindi na sa plan, sabi niya kasi sa SEC. Nakalagay doon domicile. Meron tayong po kanyo. Saan din sa SEC to? Okay. Your Honor, sa kanyang standard employment contract, again, dun sa part ng repatriation, it refers to the process of returning seafarer to the point of hire or the seafarer's place of domicile. Yun po yung nakaspecify doon sa SEC, Your Honor.
But earlier, Your Honor, you said that the SEC states the domicile as something. You said that. What was that? I'm just asking for
Yeah,
His Honor to repeat that because I will try to help His Honor clarify the intention. If he just repeats, what did you say, permanent residence or current residence?
The place of domicile is the address written by the seafarer as his place of residence.
Okay.
Listed in
Okay.
the standard employment contract, he or she states there his place of domicile as his home address, Your Honor.
Okay, Your Honor, what I am trying to explain is under Philippine law, there is a difference between domicile and residence. So in your standard employment contract, if a seafarer will indicate a particular address and it says domicile, then that is different from residence. If it says residence, then that is different from domicile. And I would insist that Philippine law would govern. So the obligation of government is affected if he will not be able to return the seafarer to the place of domicile because that is different, that could be very different from the place of residence. So it is important that His Honor tells us what is the intention. Where do you want the seafarer to be returned?
Okay, I thought, Your Honor, my team already talked to your team and they already agreed on that matter.
Your Honor, it is the sponsor and I who will agree.
No,
So-
yeah, I understand, Your Honor, but for the sake of brevity or for the sake of na para mapaiksi tayo and
Pero kailangan ho nagkakaintindihan
yes,
tayong dalawa.
magkakaintindihan tayo, Your Honor. Magkakaintindihan tayong dalawa, Your Honor. Bakit natin pinag-aawayan yung domicile and
Ito natin pinag-aawayan,
place of
liwanag ko
residence.
lang po ang use of terms natin because they have significance, Your Honor.
what's the significance? What is the significance, Your Honor?
I
What's
think,
the significance
I
of
think-
domicile and place of residence?
I
What's so
think, Your
important?
Honor, your lawyer should be the one informing you what is the difference of domicile and residence. I've already been pointing out that there is a difference. If your team cannot.
But Your Honor, like I said, under the MLC convention provision, domicile refers to the home address. And in the SEC, it's the same when the seafarer filled out his SEC form, place of domicile there refers to his address. In the MLC and in the SEC, domicile means home address.
Your Honor, I am simply informing the sponsor that under Philippine law, there is a difference between
I
domicile.
understand, Your Honor,
and
but it is
residence.
already understood under the MLC provision, domicile means home address. And under the standard employment contract, which the seafarer signed, the word domicile refers to his home address.
Okay, so I will ask His Honor a question. When the seafarer indicates a home address, yung po ba kaya ang kanyang temporary address sa Manila o yung po yung kino-consider niyang permanent home niya sa probinsya? Alin kaya ho yun dun?
Yung point of hire is Manila. When you say domicile, yun po yung permanent address niya, Your Honor. As declared doon sa kanyang SEC. Kasi po doon sa SEC, idideklara mo yung iyong home address. At anong nakalagay doon? Domicile. Wala naman nakalagay doon home address. Nakalagay doon domicile.
Your Honor, I am just putting on record that there are legal differences. Huwag ho kayo magagalit.
No,
Kasi
no,
ho,
I'm not mad.
may legal
I'm not
differences
mad, Your
po
Honor.
yun.
But-
Ayoko kong malito ang gobyerno at ang ating
Well,
pong
yung
mga
gobyerno po hindi
seafarers.
malilito. I'm sure.
Sir,
I
there are
guarantee you, the
legal
government
differences. So if
has
we do not
suspended.
clarify,
Hindi naman natin pwedeng baguhin lahat dahil sa kagustuhan mo para mas
Session suspended.
Okay, Mr. President, let's put it on record that domicile and home address is one and the same.
His honor means residence.
Place
Yes.
of residence, just like what you asked,
Yes,
Your
Your
Honor.
Yun lang naman po, para maliwanag tayo. Thank you, Mr. President, for the clarification. I will continue to listen to the amendments. Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. And so, next. Saan ba tayo? Yes. Okay. So clear na yun. And then next natin, ano? And clarification, thank you. Ano ba tayo? And Your Honor, we'll be giving you a clean copy, and I already told my staff to give you a clean copy of all the amendments that were made here from the start, so that you would have a clean reference as well on all the amendments that we already discussed here, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On page 34, lines 5 to 6, delete the first sentence. On on same page, page 34, line 7 to 8, delete the phrase "of ships by ship owner."
Oh, parang mali yung copy ko. You have it.
On the same page, page 34, line 9, after the word events, add the phrase "all costs related to the rescue, including transport of the seafarers, remains, and personal effects, and the provision of financial security in case of abandonment as may be applicable to domestic seafarers shall be borne by the ship owner." I so move, Mr. President.
May I know if this is the new provision that we see on the, parang hindi, kasi may dinilit po kayo and, so hindi pa ito yan. So may I know how it will now read? Because normally the secretariat or the would type that out. Or you can also just give me a copy, I don't mind, whatever is
Thank you.
faster.
Kasi kahapon, I was reading it and I was asked by the Senate President para mapabilis, hindi ko na po kailangan i-read pa yung sinasabi nyo, Your Honor, na this is how it will read, etc., etc. So,
Pero ako kasi sinusundan ko, so
okay.
it is my request that I can
Yes, ma'am.
understand the amendments.
Ibigyan po namin kayo ng kopya, hinggil po dyan.
So what is his honor's preference? Do we wait for me to get a copy or?
The committee secretary will give you a clean copy of that, Your Honor. One minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I would like to put it in record, Mr. President, before anything else, that in the definition of terms, there will be a definition of domicile and place of residence for clarity purposes. The reason why I used the word domicile and said that it's one and the same, just because or only because in the MLC and in the standard employment contract, domicile refers to the home address of the seafarer. But in the definition of terms, we have to separate the definition of domicile and place of residence, Mr. President,
Thank you for that clarification.
Your Honor.
Could you repeat your previous motion, just for,
I'm sorry, Mr.
you
President.
had a previous motion?
Actually, Mr. President, we will await the definition because the word residence, as far as I know, does not appear in the bill. So as to how it will be defined and how it relates to the other definitions in the bill, we will look at it, Your Honor, to help His Honor make sure that it is consistent.
The other amendments first, go back to the
Okay, does the sponsor,
Your Honor is the sponsor.
I'm sorry, does the, Your Honor, Mr. President, does the good senator from Taguig wants us to come up with the definition of terms now, where it
No,
will
Your Honor,
appear
at
the
His
word,
Honor's- Mr. President, at His Honor's convenience.
I'm sorry?
I was saying that the definition of terms can be produced at His Honor's convenience. I
Okay,
was simply pointing out that
all right.
the term residence does not appear, but there is a section 28 where it refers to residential address, I think. I'm just pointing that out so that the team that is drafting can take that into consideration.
Okay, if, if the good senator from Taguig would allow us to proceed with the other amendments, and then we can just go back to the issues that are being raised by her honor.
Of course, His
pertaining to-
Honor has the floor. His Honor was making his amendment on section 63,
Okay,
and I was simply asking for a copy so
Thank
I
you.
could follow the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Thank you. Okay, now, can we proceed now, Mr. President?
Yes, please
Your
proceed,
Honor.
Your Honor.
Okay. Next, Mr. President, is another amendment from Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Did His Honor finish the amendment prior, or is this a repetition? Because there was an amendment on the floor.
Yes.
I had simply asked for a copy. The amendment was proposed, Your Honor.
Yes, is this a repeat of the amendment before we suspended?
I'm sorry?
Is this, are you just
This
repeating?
is a new amendment, Mr. President.
So we can rule on the previous amendment that you,
Yes.
Yes, but I was asking for a copy, Your Honor, and His Honor, we suspended because His Honor
Yeah.
was going to give me a copy. Or put it on the screen, whichever is convenient, whichever is convenient, whichever is fastest.
It is already being projected even while we speak on the monitor, Mr. President, Your Honor, Madam.
Because Your Honor, you said line 5 and 6 will be deleted and I still have line 5 and 6. So that's why I'm sorry, I'm confused. So when you tell me it's on the screen, I am going to
It
follow
should be-
His
it should be
Honor's
deleted.
instructions. But
If it
But I
hasn't
don't
been
see it
deleted
deleted.
yet, then that should be deleted. Okay, it's being done now, right? Good, okay. We can see it real time, those words being deleted. Good.
I can make a motion na lang.
So now, see, delete some more.
so paano mangyayari?
There you go. Okay.
Just rather read this.
So the amendment will now read as follows. Domestic seafarers on board domestic ships shall be entitled to emergency rescues in cases of war, epidemics, abandonment, disasters or calamities, whether natural or man-made, and other similar events, and then insert all costs related to the rescue, including transport of the seafarers' remains and personal effects, and the provision of financial security in case of abandonment, as may be applicable to domestic seafarers, shall be borne by the ship owner. The Philippine Coast Guard, PCG, and Marina shall undertake and assist in the rescue of domestic seafarers on board domestic ships. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Next, Mr. President, is another amendment from Senator Risa Hontiveros. On page 40, line 25, under section 78. Pakita lang yung 78 para mapalo ni Senator Pia. Add a new sentence which shall read as: discrimination on the basis of race, sex, gender, religion, and political opinion, taking into consideration the inherent requirements of the job or undertaking, shall be prohibited. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Another amendment from Senator Francis Tolentino. On page 42, line 22, under section 83, insert a new paragraph which shall read: the educational background and experience of a seafarer on board vessels and previous sea service shall be given due consideration should they opt to join the Philippine Navy Reserve Force. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Finally, per amendment of Senator Coco Pimentel, on page 49, line 21, under section 91, after its, delete commission and replace with discovery. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I further move that the Secretariat be authorized to make the necessary formal adjustments subject to style, including cross-referencing of section numbers affected by new inserted sections. Thank you very much, Mr. President, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. We recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros for her amendments, for her proposed amendments.
May I borrow the Majority Leader's podium, Mr. President?
Yes, please proceed.
Salamat po. Salamat, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Actually po, meron lamang po akong dalawang proposed amendments sana, pero yung una ay i-brief manifestation ko na lamang po at hingin ko yung response ng sponsor for the record bago ako dumako sa pangalawa at huling proposed amendment ko
Yes, ma'am.
dito.
Yes.
So, una po, tungkol sa coverage of seafarers. In section 4P, which is on page 6, line 4, on overseas seafarer. So, in this definition, may I just ask for the record, bakit po pinili ng sponsor na hindi i-adopt yung definition ng overseas Filipino workers sa Republic Act number 11641 to the effect na ang overseas Filipino worker ay isang quote who is to be engaged, is engaged or has been engaged in a remunerated activity. Kasi po, ang ibig ko pong sabihin ay, bakit hindi po kasama sa definisyon ang mga seafarers na to be engaged? To be engaged pa lang. Para sila sana ay maprotektahan din laban sa mga illegal recruitment at placement agencies. I hope, Mr. President, by not aligning the definition of seafarers with the definition of OFWs, we are not making the mistake of relegating aspiring seafarers to a lower status compared to aspiring OFWs. Tama po bang sabihin na hindi tayo nagka-carve out ng exception para sa mga to be engaged seafarers? I just want this answer for the record, Mr. President, good sponsor, so the records of these deliberations to a certain legislative intent if this becomes an issue in the future, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. To be engaged
Opo.
means if the proposal refers to seafarer already with a signed contract of employment, but still in the Philippines and has not yet been deployed or has not yet joined the ship, they are covered by our definition of engaged, which is stated under section 4, letter U, paragraph. If the proposal refers to all seafarers applying for a job as a seafarer, then they are similar to other job seekers which the law already fully protects under the laws against illegal recruitment or RA 8942 as amended and also protected by DOLE as well as DMW. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Kung ganun po, Mr. President, good sponsor, na yun yung intent nitong bill at merong din sinasite ang good sponsor na ibang mga batas na magbibigay ng pantay na antas sa mga seafarers na to be engaged, pero meron pa rin nga pong Republic Act number 11641. Just to give this one last try, Mr. President, good sponsor, hindi kaya't maganda rin sana, kahit for the record na lamang po, Mr. President, good sponsor, hindi kaya't maganda rin sanang isama na rin yung definition of OFW sa Republic Act number 11641 para explicitly maka-apply din po siya sa mga seafarers na to be engaged. Mr. President.
Mr. President, Your Honor, even in the DMW law, there is no to be engaged. And we have the definition of seafarer in the DMW law. Seafarer refers to an OFW who is engaged in employment in any capacity on board a merchant marine vessel plying international waters or other sea-based craft or similar category. So ito po, Your Honor, ang batas na nakasaad nakapaloob sa DMW and wala po sa batas ng DMW na nag-mention yung words to be engaged. Mr. President, Your Honor.
So ibig pong sabihin, Mr. President, ng good sponsor, kahit po sa batas na naglikha sa DMW, ay wala pong kinikilalang seafarer who is to be engaged. Tama po ba,
That is
Mr.
correct,
President, good
Mr.
sponsor?
President, Your Honor.
Kung gayon, Mr. President, good sponsor, at least salamat sa good sponsor for making these of record para nga po dahil ginawang of record dito ng good sponsor as to the legislative intent of this bill na kung sakali mang maging issue man ito sa hinaharap ay pwede po nating balikan ang records ng deliberation ito para higit pang bigyang linaw at siyempre proteksyon at suporta sa coverage yung ating mga seafarer. So salamat po para doon,
Yes, yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
President, good sponsor.
Mr. President, Your Honor, I agree.
Salamat po. And then pangalawa po or huli, tungkol po sa determination of disability grading. On section 51, page 28, line 13, I propose to delete the word 30 and in parenthesis the number 30 and replace it with within a reasonable period. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, 30 days appear to be reasonable time under the circumstances referred to in this provision, but we can agree to replace within 30 days with within reasonable period of time and leave the final determination to the DMW, DOLE, and DOH and other concerned agencies after further consultations with all the maritime stakeholders. Mr. President.
There's a pending motion. Is there,
Yeah.
the good senator's a pending motion. Is there an objection?
I accept.
There being none, motion is approved.
Salamat, Mr. President, at maraming salamat, good sponsor. That's all for this representation's proposed amendments, Mr. President. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Pia, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Ay, Senator Risa.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Rafi Tulfo. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
And to continue with her individual amendments, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, on page 6, after line 18, insert a new item. Place of domicile refers to the home address of the seafarer as declared in the standard employment contract and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Sure. Sure, huh?
Mr. President, can I ask, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2221. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion supported.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, Mr. President, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527, entitled Public-Private Partnership Act, was previously submitted by the Senate and the House panels. The House of Representatives ratified the Bicameral Conference Committee report last September 26, 2023. We were informed, Mr. President, that during the session today in the House of Representatives, the ratification of the BICAM report on the PPP was reconsidered in plenary and considered withdrawn. The House of Representatives reconstituted their conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, motion is approved, and the following members are hereby designated as the new Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527. They are as follows: Senator J.V. Ejercito as chairperson, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Sonny Angara, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel on the part of the minority.
Can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2221. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, please proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are still in the period of individual amendments, and at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and Senator Pia Cayetano for her individual amendments. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Senator Cayetano is recognized and Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, I would just like to comment that the amendment that his sponsor made after the intervention of the Senate President Pro Temp, clarifying the definition of domicile is a very good definition. I commend him for that. Mas klaro talaga siya, and I'd like the sponsor to know na, to begin with, I only pointed that out precisely for the need for clarity. Ayoko ho nang magulo kasi lalong ikagaganda ng bill ng sponsor natin kung maganda yan. At ang akin hong mga comments hindi lang ho dahil kagustuhan ko, katulad po ng sinabi ng ating sponsor. Ikagaganda ho ng bill yan.
I understand, Mr. President, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. President, I will proceed with a very few amendments, and some of which may not be necessary, depending on the response of His Honor. Kasi again, most of them are clarificatory. So on page 8, section 7, we have a provision on the right to educational advancement and training at reasonable and affordable cost. So sabi dito, seafarer shall have access to educational advancement and training at reasonable and affordable cost. No fees or other charges other than tuition and other miscellaneous fees shall be imposed on cadets, interns, apprentices, on-the-job trainees, or other persons similarly situated. May I know if the bill defines cadets, interns, apprentices, and on-the-job trainings to ensure and those cadets, interns, apprentices, on-the-job trainees. I see that there is a definition for cadets, and the reason for my question is simply because we don't want there to be confusion na, ay intern yan, ay hindi yan intern, ay hindi on-the-job training yan. So sino po sila? Para maproteksyon na natin itong provision na ito na magbibigay sa kanila ng reasonable and affordable educational advancement and training.
Okay. What is the proposed amendment, Your Honor?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, my amendment will depend on the response to my question. Kasi hindi ako makapagawa ng amendment kung hindi ko po alam kung meron ho bang mga difference ang mga binanggit ko na types of students.
Because in the definition of terms, Mr. President, Your Honor, the cadets and interns, apprentices has been defined already.
Cadets, interns, and apprentices. Anong section po? Kasi section 4B is the definition of cadets. Hindi ko po nakita yung definition ng iba.
There's no consistent culture services. To avoid confusion, we can remove the interns, apprentices, on the job trainings.
Okay. All right, Mr. President, Your Honor, to avoid confusion, we will amend and remove interns, apprentices, and on-the-job trainees, and leave the word cadets instead, or other persons similarly situated.
Lahat po yon tatanggalin nyo?
Yes, Your Honor. So matitira na lang po yung cadets or other persons similarly situated.
So in other words, Your Honor, the students you are referring to are all cadets.
They're all cadets, Your Honor.
So pati who, okay, I take it's clear enough to me. So if His Honor would like to make the amendment, he can make the amendment. I was just, as I said, pointing out that there may be need for clarity. So His Honor may make the amendment if he so desires.
I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment of our distinguished colleague, amendment is approved. Please proceed.
So inalis na yun, ano? Tinanggal na natin yung cadets. Strike down. Hindi, kaya nga. Inalis na yung interest sa trainees. So, stop on cadets and then all other persons, alis na rin yun. We start.
Okay.
So, shall be imposed on cadets.
So, wait.
So,
Saan ka yung amendment?
kaya ano?
Please proceed with the other amendments. Your honors.
Just tell me what the political opinions is the past. After political opinions. And line what?
25.
Yes. Your Honor, on page 10, line 25, after the word opinion, insert the phrase health status or medical history. And the reason for this, Your Honor, is that we do have basis to show that there has been health and medical history discrimination against our OFWs, including seafarers, even ailments that are not prejudicial to their companions, they would be barred from applying, Your Honor. And so we would like that phrase inserted. We
Thank you,
submit,
Mr.
Your-
President, Your Honor. What kind of medical history are you referring to, Mr. President, Your Honor? Kasi pag seafarer ka, dapat physically and mentally fit ka to do the job because the job of a seafarer is not an easy one. Medyo very physical po yun. And you should always be up to the demands of the job.
Yes.
Especially sa sea na kung saan maalon and palagi ka dapat attentive. So therefore, you must be physically and mentally healthy. So ano pong ibig niyo sabihin sa discrimination against medical condition? Ano medical condition po, Your Honor, are you referring to?
Yes, the actual phrase is health status or medical history. I note that this,
What health status, Your Honor?
yes, Your Honor, I am explaining.
Okay.
So, before I give the example, I'd like to point out that this provision, this line that I inserted comes before the phrase that states, taking into consideration the inherent requirements of the particular job or undertaking. So it is noted, Your Honor, that there are physical requirements demanded of this position.
Mhm.
So the health status or medical history that I will give as an example that has a history of discrimination is hepatitis B. And we worked on this for many years, and DOLE actually has an advisory number 5 in 2010 that there shall be no discrimination of any form against workers on the basis of their hepatitis B status, consistent with the international agreements on non-discrimination ratified by the Philippines, ILOC 111. So, Your Honor, we're not really introducing anything new. We understand that there are demands of the job. We leave it up to the best judgment of the employer, and I know that we already have conventions in place protecting this. It is just consistent, Your Honor, and using that as an example.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, I see your point. If you're talking about medical history, as long as hindi kasama doon yung present health condition, then I will accept, Your Honor.
Actually, Your Honor, again, I will repeat, the phrase that I use is health status. When His Honor says, as long as it is just history, he will accept.
Medical
it is-
history.
It is very possible that a person's health status includes being positive for hepatitis B, but that does not in any way impair his ability to run a marathon, to climb a tree, to break world records, and that is precisely why there is that DOLE advisory that prevents discrimination of any kind. Again, I emphasize that this is not something new. I'm just using it as an example to be sure na covered po ito dito. Kasi yan po ang status nila. Meron po sila niyan. Pero hindi naman ho na-i-impair ang kanilang condition. Now, if in fact, debilitated po sila, iba yun. Kasi their condition is impaired.
Okay, pagdating po kasi sa PME, Mr. President, Your Honor, at nakita doon na positive ka sa hepatitis B, baka hindi ka po matatanggap na sasampa sa barko because of that. And there is a requirement kasi, Mr. President, Your Honor, na lahat ng mga sasampa sa barko, wala pong present medical condition, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Well, perhaps would His Honor like to table this and ask his resource person to check with DOLE, because I have already mentioned 3 times that there is a DOLE advisory on this, and this is consistent with ILOC 111. So I am willing to have this tabled so we don't have to take up all the time. Let's proceed with the others, and may we ask the sponsors resource person to confer with DOLE.
Yes, go ahead, Your Honor. We can go to the next and then go back to that matter later. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. On Section 21, there is an enumeration of duties of a seafarer, and letter E states to continually improve one's professional competency by keeping up to date with the latest technological and scientific development applied in various maritime fields, continuous education, and keen observation of shipboard activities. I repeat, that is Section
Your Honor?
21, line E, page 13.
Line, Section 21,
Section 21, letter E.
letter E.
It is on page 13.
Okay. To continually improve one's professional competency by keeping up to date with the latest technological and scientific developments applied in various maritime fields, continuous education and keen observation of shipboard activities. What is it that you want to amend here, Your Honor?
Yes, so again, I have a question first before I proceed with an amendment.
Okay.
My question po would be a bit technical. Ano ho ba ang current practice ngayon when it comes to professional continuous education? What kind of continuous education, how often, and is it just the officers or is it the non-officers who are also required? And who normally pays for this, Your Honor? Kasi under this provision, it would be the duty of the seafarer, and I want to be sure. I am very pro continuous education, but I would like to know what the practice is. Kasi baka naman yung mga non-officers, mahirapan sila. The minority floor leaders on the floor with us, and he will agree with me that nakakatulong naman yata yung MCLE, yung continuous education naming mga abogado. But lawyers can pay, but many times it is their law offices that would pay for it. So I just want to know the practice sa seafarers para hindi naman po dagdag na bigat ito, although we do really want them to have access to continuing education. Because it is phrased as a duty.
The ratings and the officers are.
Letter E, minority floor leader.
It depends on the kind of ship that the seafarer is on board, Mr. President, Your Honor. Kasi merong ship na kailangan continuous upgrading yung mga seafarers na nakasampa doon para tumugma naman po yung kanyang skills, yung kanyang knowledge doon sa ship na mas mataas ang grade at mas technologically advanced than another ship, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, but the question was, who pays? What is the practice?
The ship owner, Mr. President, Your Honor, the ship owner.
So that is not clear in this bill, Your Honor. It would appear from a from my perusal that it is the duty of the seafarer. So kung ang nagbabayad naman owner, baka ho pwedeng liwanagin natin at the expense of the ship owner.
I agree, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So may I make that formal amendment that in letter E, which is page 13, line 12 to 14, subject to style, to add the phrase at the expense of the ship owner. But sorry, before I make that formal amendment, may I ask His Honor's resource person, it's the ship owner, no, not the manning agency. So
Ship
the
owner.
okay. So the amendment is at
See-
the expense of the ship owner, subject to style, if it's at the beginning of the phrase or at the end.
The
Your
manning
Honor.
agency is the representative of the ship owner, Mr. President, because the ship owners are based in abroad, and the manning agency is based here in the Philippines. So the seafarers deals with the manning agency all the time, Mr. President, Your Honor. So pwede na rin po yung
But I think it's still the obligation of the ship owner, no?
Exactly.
Okay.
Pareho lang po yun, manning agency or ship owner, kasi representative po ng ship owner ay yung manning agency. So pwede natin ilagay manning agency, pwede natin ilagay ship owner as long as hindi po yung mismong seafarer ang magbabayad. So I think it's suffice.
Well,
The minority leader is raising his hand. The
Okay,
minority-
with the permission of our colleagues, so I think this is a timely question to ask. Is it clear that in our measure that the liability of the ship owner is solidary with the manning agency and also the other way around?
That is correct,
Okay,
Mr. President, Your Honor.
Is it found in our measure? Kasi kung hindi, we are ready to also propose
Meron ba?
a provision to make that very explicit, Mr. President. So at the proper page and proper time, we will do it, Mr. President.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
Minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and you have a point, and I accept.
Thank you. So we will do it. We will do it in due time, Mr. President.
Yes.
At the proper place in the bill, Mr. President. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I made my amendment, but is His Honor sure that the practice is it is always the ship owner? Because I got information from Amosop that sometimes they pass it on to the seafarers. So I'm not trying to reinvent the practice, but of course I would prefer that it is the ship owner. So I think that has to be a judgment call, or I defer to the wisdom of the sponsor, kung ano din ang talaga bang sinasabi ng mga resource persons natin.
Accept. What is it that you want to amend again, Your Honor?
Your Honor, based on, Mr. President, based on the sponsor's response, that what is the practice? What is the current practice? Who pays for the continuous training? The answer the sponsor gave was, it is the ship owner. So I was already making that amendment. However, I just went out of my way to also ask Amosop, who His Honor recognizes as a leader in protecting the rights of seafarers. And I was told that depending on the agreement, sometimes it is the seafarer who pays. So I'm not trying to reinvent anything, but of course I would like the seafarers not to have to pay. Pero hindi ko alam kung malaking bagay ito sa mga companies. Usually naman daw, sila ang nagbabayad. So
Okay.
it appears that,
The common practice, Mr. President, Your Honor, if it's required by the STCW, then it should be the employer, meaning the ship owners. And that is the present setup, Mr. President, Your Honor. I'm sorry. According to Amasop,
Okay.
according to Amasop, since the Amasop has been quoted, so they are here and they just
Hindi naman nila alam kung sinong ka-text ko sa Amosop. So, hindi ko naman papakita ko sa inyo yung pangalan, alam nyo na. But anyway, off the record naman. Ako naman po, I'm just asking what's the practice. I think, so are we comfortable saying that it is the ship owners that will pay? It will give us leverage in fighting for our seafarers. So that is the amendment, Your Honor.
That is correct,
Subject to style.
Mr. President, Your Honor. We already agreed, we already accepted the amendment that you're proposing, that we will put here the ship owner who will take over the charges,
Okay.
President, Your Honor.
There being no objection from the sponsor, the amendment is
Thank you. Your Honor, my next amendment, if I make an amendment, would be on section 23. I'll give the sponsor a moment to catch up with that page. Section 23, page 14? Page 14. This is the pre-employment medical examination. So this provision states, all PEME, which is the pre-employment medical examination of seafarers, shall be performed only in DOH accredited medical facilities by authorized government medical practitioners and following the standards set by DOH. My question first, Your Honor, is, kailangan ho ba ang magko-conduct ng medical exam ay government practitioner?
No, government accredited medical facilities. That a facility, it doesn't have to be government, but it has to be accredited by the government.
He's not,
DOH, meaning government here refers to DOH, should be accredited by the Department of Health. It
Yeah.
can be,
yes, Your Honor, but if you read the next line,
DOH accredited medical facilities, it doesn't say here only in government medical facilities. If you will notice, it says DOH accredited.
Your
It
Honor,
doesn't say only in government medical facilities. DOH accredited, meaning it could be a private clinic,
yes.
but accredited by the DOH.
That is correct, Your Honor, but there is another line after that. I read the whole provision. It states DOH accredited medical facility by authorized government medical practitioners. What does that mean?
Authorized government medical practitioners. Because other, even private practitioners can.
Okay. In that sense, Mr. President, Your Honor, I accept removing the word by authorized, by government, the word government, the word government. So it will read, all PME of seafarers shall be performed only in DOH accredited medical facilities by authorized government. No, by authorized medical practitioners.
And that is the confusing part, Your Honor.
I'm sorry,
I have not
by
made an,
authorized medical practitioners, Your Honor.
I can make the amendment if His Honor would like me to help.
It says all PME of seafarers, go ahead, do the amendment, Your Honor. Do the honors.
Yes, Your Honor, my amendment would be to delete the phrase by authorized government medical practitioners and such that the whole sentence would read, all PEME of seafarers shall be performed only in DOH accredited medical facilities following the standards set by DOH.
I accept.
There is no objection to the sponsor. Amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one is just a clarification. If it is clear to His Honor, then I will not have to make an amendment. Page 14, section 25, on training and qualification. It states only seafarers certified by appropriate government agencies according to the STCW and other applicable international standards shall be allowed to work and be employed on board a ship. who is this? Who are these appropriate government agencies? Is this clear in the bill?
We're talking here of Marina, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Is it clear in the bill?
It is specified on the role of government agencies, Your Honor, Mr. President.
What section is that, Your Honor, Mr. President?
Ako nahirapan sa inyo eh. Section 84, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Section 84 of this bill? My question is it clear in this bill?
Well, it's included in the bill because it's stated on section. Hindi, ang tinatanong niyo kung nasa bill. No, it's in the bill on section 84.
Page 45.
Ano ba yung section 84? Section 84, page 42. Your Honor. Says here, the following government agency shall perform the following functions to promote the welfare and protect the rights of Filipino seafarers.
Agencies.
Is there,
Paragraph G.
yes, I found it, Your Honor.
Okay.
So according to Your Honor, just for the record, the appropriate government agencies referred to here in section 25 is the Marina, which is provided for in section 84. Are there any other government agencies?
Marina, bukod sa Marina, include ba dito yung CHED? Also CHED, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Are there any other?
Also the National Maritime Polytechnic, the NMP, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Should I ask again if there's any other? Because when I ask one, there's another. So would you like?
The Marina,
Concur.
the NMPA, the National Maritime Polytechnic, and CHED, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Okay. In that case, would His Honor like to mention these agencies in section 25 because it necessitated consultation with the resource persons to get the answer, and I would just, again, for the same reasons I've been repeatedly mentioning, I just want there to be more clarity. So if His Honor is acceptable, let us just name these three agencies and instead of appropriate government agencies.
Kasi kaya hindi na namin nilagay, Mr. President, Your Honor, training qualifications. Dito kasi sa section 42, nandiyan na po yung role of government agencies na kung saan ni-refer dito sa section 25. Pero kung yun ang gusto nyo, pwede namin ilagay. Alang-alang po sa inyo.
Hindi ho, wag ho kayo mag-amend alang-alang
For
sa akin.
purpose of clarity.
Kung saan ho tingin nyo na mas maliwanag.
Maliwanag na nga ito kung tutusin po, Your Honor, Madam. Kaya lang,
Pero ho kasi nung tinanong ko ho kayo, parang hindi pa ho kagad makasagot ang mga resource persons. So I wasn't sure if hindi pa clear. But if it's very clear, I will not make an amendment, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the resource persons are the one who gives me advice at sila po ang nagpapaliwanag sa akin tungkol sa mga nakasulat sa bill na ito. And they are the ones that tells me kung ano yung mga pwedeng isingit o hindi amendments dito po sa bill. Now, ulitin ko po for the second time, kasi po hindi nilagay itong yung mga government agencies na binanggit ko kanina tulad ng ST, yung yung CHED, NMP, and Marina sa section 25 kasi po understood na yon pagdating sa role of government agencies, nandun na included na yon. But we can accept your amendment
I did not make an amendment yet, Your Honor. I was just asking a question. And after I heard the answers, I said it's up to His Honor. On that note, hindi ho ba kasama din dyan ng TESDA? Kasi pag narinig ho ni Majority Floor Leader na si TESDA pang nakalimutan natin, baka ho tumakbo bigla dito yon. Ayan na ho, tumatakbo na ho. Kasama ho ba ang TESDA?
Kasama pa rin po sa TESDA.
Ang TESDA po kasama.
Kasama po yung TESDA.
Sige po, I am not making an amendment. I am leaving up to His Honor to make that decision.
Saan bang TESDA? Saan bang TESDA rin?
If I may just give a
Please
information, Mr. President, it's no longer because it's no longer with TESDA, so it's now with Marina. Your Honor,
So then I have made my point. Hindi maliwanag kung kasama, kung sino hindi kasama, di
I
ba?
checked it, it's no longer part of the
Yun,
draft bill, Mr. President.
Yung TESDA, Mr. President, it says here, the TESDA shall in consultation with CHED and Marina. Pagdating sa training, of course, TESDA kasama in consultation with CHED and Marina. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Senator Joel is the expert, so
I'm
we
also a
defer
bit
to the
confused, Mr.
expert.
President, because if it is program registration, then I'd say yes. And development of training regulations. But if it is assessment, I am pretty sure that it was during my time when it was transferred to Marina, Your Honors.
Well, the provision kasi, Your Honor, that is in if I may, Mr. President, Senate Majority Floor Leader, the provision in question is Section 25 that says only seafarers certified by the appropriate government agency. So the wisdom we seek from the Majority Floor Leader, former TESDA Director General, is would TESDA be certifying? Because that is the operative word in this section.
Yeah, I believe the lady senator from the gig just wants to clarify which agencies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, because it's not very clear.
And I mean, I think this question, the interjection of the Majority Floor Leader precisely illustrates my point that it should just be clear.
Okay.
I was doing something else, Mr. President, when this representation caught the
The magic word
discussion
TESDA.
of the two colleagues of mine. Mr. President, I don't see any harm in this particular provision in this particular provision on page 46, where TESDA, it says, shall in consultation with CHED and Marina develop, establish, and implement non-degree courses and programs on maritime education and other quality technical education and training programs for seafarers who may want to learn new skills or enhance their existing skills. It
So they're
only
not
means,
cited
Mr. President,
develop.
TESDA is in charge of training regulations, of developing programs that will enable to help Marina to be able to implement, Mr. President, what was transferred to them, Mr. President, because the expertise remains with TESDA. So I don't see any problem having this, Mr. President, in this particular measure. Thank you. I hope
But
I was
to be
able
clear,
to help out, Mr.
a bit, but your task is not yet over. So you have clarified, Mr. President, the Majority Floor Leader has clarified that Section 84 remains relevant.
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
my question is whether the sponsor believes it is necessary to identify each government agency that a seafarer needs to seek certification from. And so when I asked, he mentioned 3, and then I thought of Your Honor, and I asked TESDA, and the answer was yes, but the majority floor leader says no. So that is precisely my point. Baka mamaya, pag pinasa natin to, mag-insist na, "Ay, hindi, punta kayo sa TESDA." If I understand correctly, majority floor leader is saying, no, you don't need to. But the response that I was given just before you walked in
If it
is
is-
papasok si TESDA. So this should be clarified.
If it is STCW, it's no longer with TESDA when it comes to certification. What is stated here, Your Honor, distinguished colleague, is that TESDA remains would remain the certifying body in developing
The
programs.
programs, but
Yes.
not the
Training
individual, but
Yes.
not certifying the
Yes.
individual. They are certifying the
The
programs.
programs, Mr. President.
Oh.
Yes, that's what
May I
that's what
interject?
it means, Mr.
May,
President.
if the agencies are enumerated on section 24, your honors, why don't we just put there, we mentioned section 24, or section 84. For example, only seafarers certified by appropriate government agencies,
No, Mr. President, Section 84 includes NLRC. Parang it's a basic enumeration of various government agencies. It is not limited to the certification. My only concern, and I will repeat, I leave it to the sponsor. I just don't want that when it leaves the halls of Congress, later on, for example, our expert in TESDA will say, hindi niya job mag-certify, ba't kayo nagpapa-certify dyan? So that's why the intention of the legislative body should be very clear, and that must come from the sponsor.
Okay, but you test the
7:30.
Mr. President, Your
Yes,
Honor,
your honor.
tapos na po yung period of interpellation natin, period of amendments na ito. Sana ang request ko lang po, sabihin lang niya sa akin kung ano yung amendments niya, and I will say whether I accept or not. And if I do not accept it, and I will explain. Ang nangyari po kasi, pina-explain niya muna ako, na bumabalik tayo sa interpellation, and then after ma-explain ko, pwede niyang i-amend at pwede niyang hindi. Napapahaba lang po tayo. Bakit hindi na lang po niya, Mr. President, Your Honor, sabihin na lang kung anong gusto niyang amendment, anong linya yon, and then I'll say accept or not. If I don't accept, and I'll tell the good senator from Taguig why I'm not accepting. Para mapabilis lang po tayo. Kaysa naman po, kailangan pa muna ako magpaliwanag, babasahin niya, kailangan ko pa magpaliwanag, and then hindi siya satisfied sa paliwanag ko, then magkakaroon ng debate. At kapag halimbawa na satisfied siya sa paliwanag ko, then hindi na siya mag-amend. Humahaba lang po tayo, Mr. President, Your Honor. Kung gusto niyo po, maglatag na ako ng banig dito. Sa unan.
Welcome to
Session-
legislative work, Mr. President.
No, hindi naman po gagawin.
President, at this juncture, may I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2221. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2224 and House Bill number 4125. This is the bill on ease of paying taxes, Mr. President. And with the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela, the hardworking sponsor of the measure, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Good evening, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Ways and Means and the chair of the Senate panel, I have the honor to present the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2224 and House Bill number 4125 on the Ease of Paying Taxes Act. The Senate and the House panels have met today at the bicameral conference committee meeting and discussed to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. Mr. President, I would like to thank our fellow conferees from the House of Representatives, led by Congressman Joey Salceda, chairperson of the House Committee on Ways and Means and head of the HOR panel, for agreeing to use the Senate version as the working draft of the reconciled bill. The reconciled version provides for taxpayer segmentation, file and pay anywhere mechanism, exemption of micro taxpayers from withholding taxes, reduction of penalties for micro and small taxpayers, and exemption of OFWs from the filing of income tax returns. The inclusion of these significant provisions is a testament to the bill's main objective of providing ease and convenience for our taxpayers. With the aim of modernizing tax administration, removing antiquated procedures, and improving efficiency in tax compliance, this bill proposes to make the following additional revisions to our tax system. Number one, option to electronically or manually register, transfer, and cancel registration without the need to pay 500 pesos annual registration fee. Two, adoption of accrual method for sale of goods and services for VAT purposes. Number three, recovery of output VAT paid on uncollected receivables. Number four, VAT invoice as the only proof of transaction and removal of the term prominently in the phrase written or printed prominently found in the current provision. Number five, automatic indexation of VAT threshold. Number six, implementation of audit risk assessment in the processing of VAT claims. Number seven, fixing the period of processing of refund of erroneously paid taxes to 180 days from the date of submission of complete documents. And number eight, increase the threshold from 100 pesos to 500 pesos for transactions requiring official receipts to be adjusted every 3 years using the Consumer Price Index. Mr. President, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to our esteemed colleagues and members of the Senate panel, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Francis Tolentino, and Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel III, for their invaluable support to this measure. The members of the House panel, composed of Representative Joey Sarte Salceda, Congresswoman Ria Vergara, Congresswoman Midi Cua, Congresswoman Jinky Pitrix Luistro, Congressman Ron Salo, Congressman Alan T., Congresswoman Christine Singson Mehan, and Congressman Sergio Dagook as likewise authors of this bill. Likewise, we thank the technical staff of the Committee on Ways and Means of the HOR and the Senate, my committee Ways and Means staff, and the Senate Tax Study and Research Office for their hard work until wee hours of the night, burning the midnight oil. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions as reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2224 and House Bill number 4125 be read in toto into the records, and that the bicameral conference committee report be ratified. Thank you very much and good evening.
Mr. President, we join the motion of our distinguished colleague in approving and ratifying the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2224 and House Bill number 4125, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of this chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2224 and House Bill number 4125 is hereby adopted and ratified. Congratulations to the sponsor and the authors. I believe the PPP, do we do the kuya or do we do the younger brother first, Majority Leader?
Mr. President, the Kuya is the most generous Kuya in the world, and he is giving and paving the way for the good one to proceed, Mr. President.
And after which will be the cute one.
We are in a receipt, Mr. President, of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527. This is the bill pertaining to Public-Private Partnership Act. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Our sponsor of the measure, the gentleman from the city of San Juan, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is recognized.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues in the Senate. I have the honor of submitting for ratification the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527, or an act providing for the Public-Private Partnership or PPP Code of the Philippines. The Senate panel is composed of this humble representation: Senator Sonny Angara, Senator Francis Chis Escudero, Senator Mark Villar, and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. The committee adopted the Senate version of the bill as the working draft. As the chairperson of the Senate panel, allow me to report the provisions of the present reconciled bill accompanying our conference committee report. Under the reconciled version, the conferees agreed to further enhance the framework for processing PPP projects. Among others, the reconciled version improved the management of unsolicited proposals by, number one, clarifying the roles of bodies concerned to ensure that the rules we have set in the law are upheld. Number two, enabling the government to come up with more efficient processes without sacrificing the level of due diligence accorded to each PPP project. And number three, striking a balance between incentivizing private partners to participate in the PPP program while protecting public interest every step of the way. This would include, among others, the following. Number one, clarifying the change in the composition of the original proponent being referred to, which is the change that will affect the original proponent's majority ownership. Number two, promoting active private sector participation by, letter A, deleting the statement, decided to bid out the proposal as a solicited project pursuant to Section 9 of this code to avoid sending mixed signals to the private sector. Letter B, changing the implication of not acting on an unsolicited proposal within the required period from deemed rejection after 3 calendar days to deemed approval after 90 calendar days. In both cases, the implementing agency is incentivized to act upon the unsolicited proposal, or they shall face liability under this measure. Letter C, removing the requirement to invite other unsolicited proposals. And letter D, retaining the original proponent's right to match, but extending the comparative challenge phase from the existing 60 calendar days to up to 1 year to still encourage competition. Mr. President, the conference committee also recognized the game-changing impacts of this measure, which unifies the government's approach in unlocking the potential of PPPs in the country. As such, the reconciled version now calls this landmark legislation the Public-Private Partnership Code of the Philippines. During the period of interpellation, we have propounded that the 3 policy objectives of the bill, as set by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. himself, are: number one, to address the ambiguities in the existing law; number two, to address the bottlenecks and challenges affecting the implementation of the PPP program; and number three, to foster a more competitive and enabling environment for PPPs. These, Mr. President, I'm proud to say we have addressed. Mr. President, it's an honor to report that our objectives in prioritizing this measure were further strengthened and accomplished by the reconciled bill. I dare say that this August Chamber has successfully put forward the interests of the most important P amidst all these public-private partnerships, our people, the Filipino people. Today marks the culmination of almost 2 decades of legislating reforms for the public-private partnership framework. This landmark legislation is the realization of our long-standing vision to strengthen the partnership between the public and private sectors, recognizing the indispensable role of the private sector in advancing national development. At this point, Mr. President, I would like to express my utmost gratitude to the members of the Senate panel of the Bicameral Conference Committee for sharing their inputs and sound proposals that enabled us to produce a much better version. We would also like to thank the House panel led by its chairperson, Representative Romeo S. Momo Sr., for introducing some important provisions and for meeting the Senate panel halfway. And then I also would like to recognize Congressman Joey Salceda. This representation would like to thank this August Chamber for extending their valuable support for the passage of this measure. From the committee hearings or plenary deliberations, may I express my gratitude to our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri for his trust and support to this representation to lead the passage of this priority measure. Finally, I would like to thank the people from the following government agencies who provided their technical expertise to the committee: the Department of Finance, the PPP Center, and the National Economic and Development Authority. Yes, they are here with me, beside me. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that the joint explanatory statement of the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527 be read in toto into the record and that the Bicameral Conference Committee report be ratified. Maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, our distinguished minority leader is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished minority floor leader is recognized. The mic, please, for the
Mic
minority
test.
floor leader.
So thank you, Mr. President. And of course, let me congratulate our hardworking sponsor who championed this measure all these months, Mr. President. During our vote for the third reading of this measure, I voted in the negative, basically on a procedural issue. But now, Mr. President, given what transpired in the bicameral conference committee meetings, it's clear that even the Senate version underwent some significant changes, Mr. President. So this will be an additional reason for this representation to vote no to the bicameral conference committee report, Mr. President.
We take note of
Thank
your,
you. Thank you.
and we record
But
your vote.
still, my congratulations to our chairman, our sponsor for the
Yes, I'd like to
hard work.
thank
Thank
the
you.
minority leader as well, Mr. President, and be rest assured that the main meat or the major reforms that we introduced in the PPP code has been read, and we fought for that, and we did not give it away, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Majority Leader, there's I will listen to your motion.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. And so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the Bicameral Conference Committee report of the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2233 and House Bill number 6527 is hereby adopted and ratified. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Sponsor into the Senate. Congratulations. And to all those that helped from the DOF, the NEDA, our staff, the secretariats, and the staff of the senators.
Yes, Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader is also seeking the floor in this particular
Yes, may we
issue. May I
recognize
that we recognize the distinguished Senator Risa
our
Ontiveros.
distinguished senator, Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. I just like to explain my yes vote to this bicameral conference, the bicameral version of the PPP Act. Tingin ko po mababawasan ang uutangin ng Pilipinas at maiiwasan ang madayang PPP contracts kapag pinatupad na natin itong ating bagong PPP law. Hindi ako anti-private, kahit ako at ang aking partido ay sosyalista. Pwedeng maging mahalaga ang papel ng private sector at itong pagpirme at pagkumpleto ng mga batas para sa PPP at joint ventures ay paraan para gamitin ang yaman at husay ng sektor ng negosyo para sa mga serbisyo na karaniwan ng inaasahan natin mula sa gobyerno. Sa Ingles, ito po yung achieving public ends through private means. The PPP modality of developing and financing public programs and infrastructure took a back seat during the Duterte administration, which relied a lot on foreign borrowings to finance the Build program. 6 trillion pesos ang dumagdag sa utang. At siguro, hindi kulang sa kalahati niyan ay dahil sa Build projects na ODA funded. We will continue to experience the consequences of that build borrowing spree because infrastructure loans contracted back then will only be called on and disbursed in the coming years. Former Finance Secretary Dominguez had his reasons for not liking PPP projects. The deals took years to clinch. The proponents asked for guarantees and tax subsidies. And for political reasons, he preferred that Chinese loans should fund even those projects, such as the Bicol Express and the Kaliwa Dam, that were already set to be funded by the private sector. Then President Duterte also unilaterally altered PPP deals, for example, in water, in the aftermath of the 2019 water crisis in Metro Manila. It is an understatement to say that there was a chilling effect on business. Those years were the winter of public-private partnerships in the Philippines, and it was the spring for many large-scale debt deals with ADB and JICA. There are indeed many reasons for being cautious about harnessing the private sector and then allowing it to draw subsidies from government, to collect tolls and fees, and to operate and profit from developing properties and services around high-capacity transit ports. But I would say that the behavior of PPP partners will only be as good or as bad as the behavior of our PPP decision makers. In turn, the achievement of public ends will depend on the solidity of our PPP and joint venture rules. It takes two to tango, as they say. And here, we are firming up some compulsory dance steps so that the dance will not be troublesome and contentious, with one side taking advantage of the vulnerability of the other. I think this PPP law is far from perfect, but it introduces predictability in the procedures and strengthens the accountability of our officials and staff in implementing agencies and oversight agencies. So, salamat po to our sponsor, Senator JV, for seeing this through. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Reference of business. Yes. Thank you very much, our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader. I believe, Your Honor, we have additional reference of business.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, move that we proceed with additional reference of business. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to read the additional reference of business.
By suggestion of the House of Representatives, letter from the House informing the Senate that on 25 September 2023, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 8937, enhancing the fiscal regime for the mining industry, amending for the purpose 34B and creating new sections 151A, B, C, and D, all under RA 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
8969, an act creating a sustainable fiscal framework for the pension system, the military and uniformed personnel, providing mechanisms for the disposition of the government assets for the purpose and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on National Defense, Government Corporations, Ways and Means of Finance.
9021, an act mandating the public telecommunication entities and internet service providers to institute a refund mechanism for service outages and disruptions, providing penalties for violations thereof.
To the Committee on Public Services.
Letter informing the Senate that on 25 September 2023, it designated Representatives Romulo Escudero, Gato, Kimbo, and Onchuan as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6574, strengthening the promotion and delivery of mental health services and basic education through the hiring and deployment of mental health professionals and appropriating funds therefore, and Senate Bill 2200, promoting mental health and well-being and basic education.
To the Committees on the Committee on the Rules, rather.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 25 September 2023, it designated Representatives Marino, Rodriguez, Sakdalan, Tanwatco III, Garcia, Veloso Tuason, and Abalos as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 4, an act providing protection to consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for the purpose the Electronic Commerce Bureau and appropriating funds therefore, and Senate Bill 1846, protecting consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for this purpose Electronic Commerce Bureau, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that the 25 September 2023, it designated Representatives Momo Sr., Madrona, Salceda, Revilla III, and Dagoc as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6527, an act providing for enabling environment to foster the growth of public-private partnership for infrastructure and other development projects, and 2233, strengthening public-private partnership operating funds therefore and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Rules. There's an additional reference to business, second additional.
Second additional reference to business bills on first reading, Senate Bill number 2456, an act providing indigent job seekers discounted or waived fees and charges and the issuance of certain pre-employment documents issued by government agencies, introduced by Senator Estrada.
To Committees on Labor and Employment, Social Justice, and Welfare and Rural Development.
2457, an act redefining the application of mother tongue as medium of instruction from kindergarten to grade 3, amending for the purpose sections 4 and 5 of Republic Act number 10533, otherwise known as the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013, introduced by Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Basic Education.
Proposed Senate Resolution number 813, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the demise of former Marikina City Mayor Representative and Metro Manila Development Authority Chairman Bayani Fernando, introduced by Senator Villar M.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report number 153, prepared and submitted jointly with the Committees of National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, Ways and Means, and Finance on Senate Bill number 2455 with Senator Subiri, Revilla Jr., Estrada, Marcos, Gatchalian, Villanueva, and Ligarda as authors thereof, entitled An Act Revitalizing and Strengthening the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Program and Promoting the Development of National Defense Industry, pursuant thereto and providing funds therefore, recommending its approval and substitution of Senate Bill numbers 315, 505, 682, and 2046. The sponsor, Senator Estrada.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 153 on Senate Bill number 2455. This pertains to the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act revitalizing and strengthening the self-reliant defense posture program and promoting the development of national defense industry pursuant thereto and providing funds therefore.
Thank you, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great city of San Juan, Senator Njoy Ejercito Estrada, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, to deliver the sponsored speech.
There being no objection, the gentleman from the city of San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished members of this chamber, ladies and gentlemen, as your chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, it is my honor to sponsor an important legislation that will fortify our defenses against present and future security challenges and provide the essential and meaningful support to our valiant men and women who risk their life and limb to preserve peace and secure our territory. Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report 153, authored by Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senate President Pro Tempore Loren Legarda, Majority Floor Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Bong Revilla Jr., Senator Amy Marcos, and this representation is a priority measure identified under our Philippine Development Plan of 2023 to 2028 and by our Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council or the LEDAC. The Self-Reliant Defense Posture Bill, or the SRDP, as the name suggests, aims to ensure adequate defense assets and hardware for the country through domestic production and manufacturing, the development of a national defense industry, and lessening our dependence on foreign and overseas suppliers. As relayed by the DND during our public hearing, majority of our defense acquisitions are government-to-government procurements. In 2022, military-related imports totaled approximately $305 million, while arms-related exports amounted only to $85 million. We aim to cure this significantly lopsided trade imbalance by providing incentives and government support to local defense industry and in the process stimulate job generation, promote transfer of advanced technologies, and expand our exports sector. Hindi natin may tatanggi na sa maraming pagkakataon, ang Pilipinas ay nakatanggap ng mga kagamitan pang-militar mula sa ating mga kaibigan at kaalyadong bansa na nakatulong ng malaki upang mapataas at mapalawak ang kakayahan ng ating sandatahan lakas. Ngunit hindi po tayo maaaring masanay na naghihintay at umaasa na lamang sa mga donasyon at gawa ng ibang bansa. As we have all learned from this pandemic, the safest and most reliable source of the nation's needs is the domestic one. This representation firmly believes that we have enough resources we need in our midst, manpower assets, natural resources, and Filipino ingenuity forged by our long history and tradition of seafaring and craftsmanship. No doubt, we have the capability to develop our own. We just have to throw our full support and lay down policies that will catalyze its growth and exercise political will and strategic foresight to sustain its development. Our neighbors in Southeast Asia, like Indonesia and Singapore, already have their own defense industries, and their relatively modest military-industrial complexes are slowly expanding with heavy investments and finding their niche in the global defense market. Others found renewed interest and saw the wisdom behind nurturing their own indigenous arms manufacturing in the face of regional tensions and political realignments. Mr. President, the SRDP program is actually not new. This measure seeks to revitalize the SRDP program, which was initially conceived and implemented during the 1970s. Recalling his younger years as a cadet, Vice Chairperson Senator Bato de la Rosa shared during our public hearing, meron na tayong pagawaan ng missile noon, meron na tayong pagawaan ng mga mini cruiser, sariling sasakyan ng military. Senator Amy Marcos, in submitting her own version of the SRDP bill, also remembered with much pride that her father's SRDP program was able to manufacture armaments such as M16 rifle, 60 mortar tube, 81 millimeter mortar tube and gun barrels, ammunitions, hand grenade, and 81 millimeter mortar ammunition. And that the country was able to produce vehicles like the Jiffy Jeeps, mini cruisers, hovercraft, speedboats, and whaleboat, among others. The early years of the SRDP program successfully met the basic requirements of the AFP through joint ventures and partnerships with the private sector. It produced all-terrain light vehicles, radio for the operating troops, rifles, pistols, and small arms ammunition and textile industry that supplied close to 100% of AFP's clothing requirements. In the 1980s, SRDP had contributed significantly in improving the fill-up of AFP's basic weapons, ammunitions, tactical communication sets, and mobility equipment. Mainly due to tightened defense appropriations, lack of presence, and discontinuity of long-term horizon planning, the program was not able to fully soar and prosper. In light of the continuing foreign harassment and recent incursions on Philippine waters and within our exclusive economic zone, it is imperative that we build up our arsenal and naval fleet, not to provoke further hostilities, but to maintain a respectable and credible defense posture that can effectively deter aggression and defend our territorial domain. Gayunpaman, ang kahalagaan ng panukalang ito ay hindi limitado sa usapin ng tanggulang pambansa. Ito ay sumasakop din sa pagpapataas ng antas ng ating kakayahan sa pagresponde sa panahon ng sakuna at kalamidad. Moreover, we envision this bill not only as a means to ensure inventory of traditional military items, but also to advocate and fire up technological advancements and development of products with commercial applications. Under this bill, the SRDP program shall be designed to, number one, prioritize local employment and contribute to foreign currency exchange savings. Number two, incentivize manufacturers to establish or relocate production or assembly of material in the Philippines while ensuring protection of local counterparts against unfair competition. Number three, promote technology transfer. Number four, drive proactive research and development efforts and the adoption of innovative technologies. And number five, promote the export of locally made material to other countries. Finally, this bill proposes rationalization of defense acquisition by providing preferential terms to domestic suppliers and in-country enterprises under the ambit of Filipino First policy. Just as the Senate took a unified stand in strongly condemning the harassment of Filipino fishermen and the persistent incursions in the West Philippine Sea, I urge my dear colleagues to also rally behind this timely legislation that would modernize and upgrade the capacities of our armed forces. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Estrada, the better one. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished Senate President Miguel Zubiri. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much, our distinguished Senate President, and to our Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, I stand here today to co-sponsor a very important bill that we've been campaigning to include in the common legislative agenda of the LEDAC, the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act. Previously, we had called this the PDIDA, or the Philippine Defense Industry Development Act. But whatever it is called, the spirit of the bill, we must remains the same, that we must build a self-reliant defense industry. Earlier today, during the budget hearing for the Department of National Defense, I expressed my full support for the budget and even pushing for an increase. You were there, Your Honors, an increase in their budget in a bid towards modernizing our forces and ensuring that they have the proper equipment to credibly defend our people and our sovereignty. Sabi ko nga, hindi tayo nagkukulang sa puso at tapang. Kailangan lang matapatan natin ng tamang kagamitan. And while it is vital that we provide the DND with a proper budget for their procurement, it is just as vital that we also find ways to build a more self-reliant defense posture. Sa ngayon po kasi, nakaasa tayo sa ibang bansa. Our choices are limited by what they can produce and what they're willing to offer and on what terms they can offer their equipment to us. To be honest, Mr. President, I think maybe 90%, maybe 90 to 95% of our defense needs have to be bought abroad, sa ibang bansa. Mas maganda siguro, wala namang masama dyan, Mr. President. No? Wala namang masama na binibili natin to abroad. And we know that some of our allies have the best, most cutting-edge defense technologies in the world, and we are keen on learning from them and adapting their innovations to our defense strategies. But we cannot depend just on our allies. We also have to be able to produce our own needs, for our own needs, in our own time. We understand our terrain, we understand our waters, our skies, our threats, and our people the best, so we can develop the equipment that best suits our needs. And if you recall, Mr. President, during the Marawi siege, after 2 weeks of fighting, naubusan tayo ng bala, naubusan po tayo ng mortar, naubusan po tayong bala ng howitzer, that then President Rodrigo Duterte had to beg, no, going to countries begging for more armaments para lang magamit natin sa siege of Marawi. And that was quite an eye-opener, Mr. President, because naalala ko, Chief PNP pa nun si Senator Bato, and we had some, of course, it was General Anyos, the Chief of Staff at the time, when they told us, kung sa bala, maubusan tayo, wala tayong makukunan, kundi yung local suppliers lamang, or at this case, it was one manufacturer. Pero sa baril, wala po tayong mabiling baril. Kailangan pa magkaroon ng import order, government to government, na napakatagal. So that is why it was important that we have our own resources. I remember, Mr. President, and I know many of you here are shooters, dati meron tayong Elisco tool, Elisco. Yan yung Sergeant General Angkan, Sergeant at Arms, is nodding his head. Nung araw po, tayo isa sa pinakamalaking producer ng M16 rifle. Actually, we exported to other countries. It was used in Vietnam. It was used in other countries for external and internal defense. Ngayon po, wala na po tayong ganyan. No? So, ang sabi ng mga manufacturers, pag wala po silang added advantage that this PDIDA gives them, at least alam po ng ating Minority Floor Leader, the PDIDA or this it's a new title po, the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act. This bill will give now priority to those who will manufacture in the Philippines. We hit several birds with one stone. One is that we are self-reliant in terms of manufacturing ammunition, firearms, and larger equipments. Tama sinabi po ni Senator Jinggoy Estrada, naalala ko yung mini cruiser dahil nung nasa Bukidnon po ako, yung mga sasakyan namin noon ay mini cruiser that was used also by the military at the time. And it gives them priority also. It gives them priority with government procurement pag dito ginawa. I'll give you an example po, Mr. President. When the Americans in the 1980s or 70s needed a sidearm, they had a very large, it was a very large process wherein they invited several manufacturers of firearms into the United States to test their firearms. But with the coletilla that if they get the license or if they win the bid, no, for the firearms, they have to build their plant in the United States. I recall at the time it was the Beretta 82. And the Beretta 82 was an Italian firearm. They ended up building a plant in Atlanta, Georgia, and they now manufacture US-made Beretta firearms that was supplied to the US government troops. And then later on, it became the Sig Sauer. And Sig Sauer, as you know, is an Austrian company. It's a French-Austrian company. And they now manufacture also in the United States. So maganda po yan, Mr. President, kung merong foreign participants, we will now encourage them to build in the country. And I think I also spoke to the Navy about this because we have the Shaldag patrol ships that are coming in. Apparently, the first two were directly imported from Israel, and then the other four, anim po yan, will be outfitted and assembled in Cavite. So, alam naman po natin, Mr. President, the Philippines has one of the best shipbuilding capabilities. Those that are in Cebu, I know there's good shipbuilding capabilities in Cebu. We can now build our Navy ships and Coast Guard ships also here in the Philippines, so as long as there is an advantage for the local producers under this act, Mr. President. Kaya, we have the resources, my dear colleagues. We have the manpower, we have the skills. We just need to finally have a solid government structure to guide the growth of the industry. Ang maganda rin ang maganda din dito, hindi lang armed forces ang makikinabang sa sarili nating defense industry. This will also generate a lot of jobs for our people, from our engineers and innovators to our laborers, and the industry will bolster our economic presence in the region and allow us to engage in the global defense industry, not just as buyers, but also as partners in production. I'll give an example po, Mr. President. Yung Turkey, dati hindi masyadong kilala yan pagdating sa defense industry. 20 years after, Turkey now is a global defense industry developer. They used to manufacture dati shotguns lang at mga rifles. Ngayon po, rocket systems, ships, submarines, our attack helicopters, Your Honor, are actually coming from Turkey. We have 6 attack helicopters from Turkey. So I enjoin our colleagues to support this bill to help our country build a truly credible, self-reliant defense posture, and of course, increase jobs and industries within our shores. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as one of the sponsors of this measure, Mr. President, may I just be allowed to just insert into the records the sponsorship of this representation, just for the record, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note and we thank our Majority Floor Leader for supporting the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also, Senator Bato de la Rosa just gave us a heads up that he wanted to co-sponsor the measure and let it just be inserted into the records, Mr.
Yes, we
President.
take note of the.
Meanwhile, Mr. President, Senator Mark Villar is requesting that he be made co-author of the measure.
Yes, we put that on record as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration on Senate Bill number 2221. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. So move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Therefore, we'd like to continue recognizing our distinguished sponsor, Senator Rafi Tulfo, and to continue interpellation, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on section 14, which is, I believe, where we left off, I left it for the senator, for the sponsor to decide if he is comfortable leaving it with appropriate government agencies, given the discussion that we already have.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor. The reason why we didn't specify the name of the appropriate agencies, kasi nga po, time might come na magkaroon ng addition ng mga appropriate agencies na mabigyan ng responsibility para sa training, and at the same time baka yung mga agencies na i-mention natin dito later on ay maalis na sa listahan at hindi na sila kasali sa mga training na inaalaw. So mas maganda open na lang po yun para kung sakali po merong darating yung time na nawala ang isa sa kanila o nadagdagan, at least hindi natin dito na specify at hindi na po kailangan tayo gagawa ng adjustment. Your Honor. Kasi if I may explain further, Mr. President, Your Honor, halimbawa nilagay natin Marina, who knows later on down the line after a year or two or after a few years, yung Marina ay mawawala na for whatever reason at hindi na sila ang designated na agency para sa paggawa ng training, etc. Then kung ilalagay natin dito, paano na yon? So another adjustment we're gonna make dito sa bill natin if we specify Marina. Just an example, Mr. President, Your Honor. Whereas if we leave it open, then kahit na mawala Marina, kahit na mawala yung CHED or any other agencies, at least we don't need to make an adjustment because we left it open. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Well, normally, Your Honor, if a function of one agencies will be removed, and by legislation, normally it would be substituted by the proper authority. But on that note, as I said, it is the choice of the sponsor if he will, so there's nothing to do, Your Honor. I have no amendment on the floor. We can move on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam, Your Honor. Thank you po.
Thank you, Your Honor. My next question is on hours of, my next amendment, possible amendment is on page 18, section 29, hours of work and hours of rest. But again, with the sponsor's permission, I need to ask a question before I make an amendment. May I proceed?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yes, I note that this law, this bill, applies to both ships that are Philippine-owned and foreign-owned. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And that would include ships that are plying just within Philippine territories, Philippine territorial waters. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, there are in fact different hours of work and hours of rest for seafarers compared to the regular hours in the labor code, no? That seems to be my impression.
I beg your pardon, Your Honor.
It appears to me that the hours of work and the hours of rest of the seafarers are different from the hours of work and the hours of rest under the labor code.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So I will read here, it states here that a seafarer's normal work will be 8 hours a day with 1 rest day per week. If the seafarer is required to work beyond 8 hours, the maximum hours of work shall not exceed 14 hours. in any 24-hour and 72 hours in any 7-day period. I'm not aware that this exists in the labor code. I am not certain though, because I am not a labor law practitioner, but am I correct or is it the same? Meron? Exactly the same?
Are correct. This is stated in section 16.
Ano?
Normal work.
I never.
It is stated in section 61, Your Honor, in this bill, the hours of work and hours of rest, the provision of section 29 shall also apply to domestic seafarers. In addition, waiting time shall not be considered as compensable working time if the domestic seafarer is completely relieved from duty and can use the time effectively for one's own purposes. So that means that, yes, Your Honor, it also applies to domestic seafarers.
Yes, what His Honor is saying is section 29 applies to domestic seafarers. But my question was, that was one of my questions. My other question was, are these hours of work identical or similar to the labor code provisions?
No, because it's not the labor code, it's Department Order 131.
It is not in the labor code, Mr. President, Your Honor, but it's in the Department Order number 129, series of 2013, under the Department of Labor and Employment. Rules and regulations governing the employment and working conditions of seafarers on board ships engaged in domestic shipping. So ibig sabihin, yung basis po nito ay sa Department Order number 129.
Okay. So wala man siya sa labor code, there is a basis which is itong department order. Is that correct?
Your Honor, Department Order 129.
So in other words, kinopya po ito doon. Consistent po ito doon.
Tama po, Mr. President, Your Honor, consistent sa
What year po yan?
Ito pong series of Department Order 129, series of 2013, June 17, 2013,
2013, okay.
yung date
So,
po nito.
ito na ho yung tanong ko that will be the basis of my decision if I will make an amendment. It says here, the minimum hours of rest for every seafarer shall be at least 10 hours in a 24-hour period. In other words, kasi before that sabi, yung work niya wag daw mag-exceed ng 14. So if there's 24 hours in a day, yun na nga, 10 hours yung kanyang rest, no? And then it goes on to say the hours of rest are divisible into 2 periods, one of which will be at least 6 hours in length. So kung yung time niya magpahinga 10 hours, yung isa doon, kailangan at least 6 hours. So yun na yung minimum na ibibigay sa kanya na rest. And syempre, maliligo pa siya, magbibihis pa siya. So baka yung tulog na lang niya 5 hours na lang. And science tells us that the average sleep a human should get, more or less, is 7 to 8 hours. So the reason I asked for the basis of this is because it appears based on this bill that talagang pwede palang 5 hours ang tulog lang ng seafarers natin? Yun ho ba talaga ang katanggap-tanggap po ba sa atin yun?
Yan po yung nakalagay sa MLC natin, Your Honor. Anyway, hindi naman 5 hours a day ang pahinga lang niya. Pag i-divide mo yan, pwede namang 1 day, 5 hours lang, and then later, more than 5 hours, hanggang sa ma-reach niya yung certain period na kailangan magkaroon siya ng that number of rest in a 7-day period, Your Honor.
Sir, minimum.
Minimum.
Hindi ko yata naintindihan yun.
Pwede naman 2 hours.
Kasi your bill states that kailangan lang siyang mabigyan ng 10 hours. And itong 10 hours can be divided into 2 for so long as may 6 hours. So what I'm saying is, if nagsunod-sunod na araw to or every other day, then possibly yung 6 hours na binigay sa kanya, baka 5 hours lang yung tulog niya. So nag-aalala lang po ako, is that really the standard internationally, and are we okay with it? And I apologize that I have to ask that question because I am not an expert po. So pag dinaanan ko to, tapos papayag tayo as a body na ganun ang standards, mabigat po sa akin yun. But again, I am not the expert. I'm just stating what I know about science and the need for sleep.
You have a point there, Mr. President, and Your Honor, but it is the international standard. It states there. At minimum lang naman po ito.
What do you mean by that, sir? Kasi pwede siyang magtrabaho ng 14. So may iwan lang na pahinga niya is 10. And then pwede siyang i-divide into 2. So 6. Kaya nga sabi ko, mga 5 plus lang ang maiiwan sa kanya. So that is a fact.
Huh? Ito po ang nakalagay minimum standard sa MLC, Mr. President, Your Honor. Now, which we ratified, and I'm talking about the MLC 2006, Mr. President, Your Honor. For the minimum standard as set forth by the MLC, Your Honor.
May sasabihin pa ho kayo or you're saying that that is what is indicated? Yung nakasulat dito sa bill nyo, yun na ho yun? Na nasa MLC? Yun na yun?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Your Honor.
and we are a signatory to that. So
And we are
basically,
signatory.
tinanggap na natin yun. Now is not the time for us to question that. Okay, so in that case, Your Honor, wala na akong amendment. I just express my concern na pakahirap talaga din ang buhay ng seafarer, ano?
Opo.
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Doon din sa hours of work and rest, hindi ho ba dumadami na ang seafarers na babae?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oo. And pagka domestic ho yung biyahe nila, how long are they usually on a ship? Or I'm sure it varies, but what are the normal?
Ang domestic kasi, Your Honor, short term lang po yan, unlike dun sa international na ang biyahe from point A to point B na inaabot ng weeks. So there's a difference between domestic and international. Like as we know, pagdating sa domestic, sometimes meron yung biyahe ng barko na 24 hours lang, meron umabot as long as 3 days. But wala po akong alam na barko biyahe dito, inter-island vessels, domestic ships na umaabot po ng 1 linggo from point A to point B.
Yes, yes. Oo. Thank you. Kasi, Your Honor, my amendment, if at all, would be with regards to an existing law, which is the Expanded Breastfeeding Promotion Act. This law requires that employers give their female lactating employee time to express their milk. So, kaya ko naitanong na maiksi lang ba yung biyahe niyan? Kasi kung maiksi, pwede nilang i-store yung milk nila and then iuwi pa nila sa baby nila. So, covered naman ba ito ng ating general provisions in our law that requires that Philippine laws are followed? Or would His Honor be of the view that an amendment would be necessary to ensure that that is included?
Are you referring to the domestic shipping?
Domestic, yes, Your Honor. Domestic, yes.
Okay, then Philippine laws would
Governed.
be governed and followed,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Okay, so in that case, Your Honor, no need again for an amendment. I just want to spread into the record that ship owners have to be conscious of this law, the expanded breastfeeding law, which requires that they give their female lactating mothers time to breastfeed.
Yes, Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Yes.
You're correct.
And I was, the only discussion I know that His Honor's staff had with my staff was with regards to an earlier question I had on, the amendment actually that I made on health status, no? And I understand that there is an issue accepting my amendment. I will make this simple, Your Honor. Again, this is also a this is a Philippine policy, no? So I'm spreading it into the record that for domestic travels, that must be followed kasi Philippine law. So I can see His Honor nodding his head. So does that mean that subject to style, my amendment is accepted for domestic seafarers?
Yes,
Or-
Mr.
yes.
President, Your Honor. Yes, I
Thank you.
accept.
Thank you very much. And in the period of, during the BICAM, I will, I ask the indulgence of His Honor because he is the one with the resource persons who are probably in contact, no, with Dole and the like, but we will also ask my own staff to try to connect with them to see how that works internationally. It is not my area of expertise. I do not know about international practice. So hopefully in the period of, during the BICAM, we can get clarity for the international portion.
Yes,
Your
Your Honor.
Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. President, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mm-mm. Okay, Your Honor, on page 23, sorry, page 24 na. Page 24, line 11. My amendment is delete the phrase COVID-19 or similar, such that the phrase would read, seafarers who have contracted diseases of international concern or which cause global health emergency. Sa akin lang naman po, kumbaga, medyo tapos na ho yung COVID-19, so it's suffice it to say that any disease of international concern should be covered by this bill, by this provision. No need to mention COVID-19.
That is correct. You're definitely right, Your Honor, and I accept.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Your Honor.
Mr. President, on page 25, section 46, termination of employment. Are the again, a preliminary question to determine if there is a need for an amendment. Are the enumerations here, do they need to all happen for employment to cease? Or is anyone individually a ground for termination of employment? Because it says here, the employment, blah, 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 shall cease when the seafarers complete their period of contractual service aboard the ship, sign off from the ship, and arrive at the destination. Must all three be complete?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So the phrase, this provision, Your Honor, is termination of employment. And on
Yes.
letter A, it says that the employment of the Filipino seafarer shall cease when, and then there are 3 incidents mentioned. Do these 3 have to happen for the termination, for the employment to cease, or is it meant to be an or? For clarity, Your Honor.
You're right, Mr. President, Your Honor. We can use the word or. It doesn't have to
So-
be.
Okay. So perhaps, Your Honor, the terminology I will recommend is shall cease when
The seekers complete the period.
subject to style, no, when any of the following occur, subject to style.
I accept.
Kasi any or, di ba? Or, di ba? So any of the following occur.
Bakit?
All ba or?
I'm sorry. Hindi
It's
ko naman
all.
sinasabi. Sorry.
Okay.
It
Withdraw.
should be all, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Okay.
It should be
So-
all. It should, All must be completed.
Okay, so again, subject to style, when the following, I don't know if you call them conditions, when the following occurs, subject to style, Your Honor, I think that's pretty understandable. It is all, so that is our
Yeah.
main concern, all, okay?
If I may I just bang the gavel for the two other amendments that
wala.
you accepted?
Your Honor,
That's
sorry.
okay. We will ask the secretary to reflect in the records that we had approved all your
Okay.
amendments.
And the last one, subject to style, is when all the conditions happen subject to style. That's
Yes.
for the section 46 on page
I
25.
believe the sponsor had
Yes,
accepted,
Mr. President, Your Honor, I accept. Subject to style, yes.
accepted and approved.
Gonna go. Remember you said you wanted to go back. Oo, so July 11.
Infectious ailment or ailment? Your Honor, on section 56, this is quarantine and medical expenses in repatriation due to infection, ano ba to, with S? Epidemics or pandemic. So I think subject to style, and I don't know if there's a doctor around, but it doesn't sound right to say infection, so Huh? So if His Honor will agree, my amendment would be to just delete infection because the body of that section actually refers to an epidemic or pandemic. And then, so that's my first amendment. Can we just delete infection, the word infection?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, I accept.
So,
Yes,
thank you.
accepted.
And then for consistency, what is stated now in the bill is epidemics or pandemic. So can we just be consistent and say both singular or both plural,
That's correct.
subject to style?
You're right. It should be singular, Your Honor. Mr. President, Your Honor, delete the S, so it should read epidemic or pandemic, singular.
So accepted, Your Honor?
I
Subject to
accept,
style?
Mr. President, Your Honor.
It's accepted. Approved.
Okay, Your Honor, I was just informed by my staff that the word infection was inserted in the body, but since His Honor has accepted the amendment to the title, can we just be consistent and delete the word infection in the body?
I accept,
There
Mr.
being
President,
no
Your Honor.
objection, the amendment's accepted.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's the very last. Ano nga ba to? Yeah. Okay. 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 Your Honor, on page 41, section 79, this is the provision on curriculum committee. It basically it basically says that a curriculum committee shall be formed to periodically assess, etc., etc., etc. My question first, to determine if there's a need for an amendment is, there are no details that I have seen on the creation of this committee. So is this committee part of the Intergovernmental Coordination and Cooperation Council, or is it meant to be a standalone committee? How would His Honor want to treat this committee?
A curriculum committee shall be formed, periodically assessed.
So standalone. Parang sa standalone. Saan yan? Sa central.
Page 41.
So the same there.
Yes,
So actually, Your Honor, in that section
Your
that
Honor.
I mentioned, it just says that a curriculum committee shall be formed and chaired with the following as members. So if it is meant to be a standalone, then I have no further amendment, Your Honor. At least we put it on the record that it's standalone, because sometimes baka may umako pa dyan. Baka sabihin nitong Cooperation Council that it's under them, or
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So what's the answer? It's a is it a standalone,
It is a
Mr.
standard.
President?
Standalone.
Okay, so then I don't have, oh, I don't have any more, Your Honor. I just want to put on record that I was one of the first to file this bill. I cannot remember how many years ago. Napagod na rin yata yung staff ko to refile this bill. So may I ask that I be reflected as a co-sponsor, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes, with the permission of
co-author,
the
and co-author.
sponsor.
Yes,
the permission.
Co-sponsor,
yes, Mr.
co-author.
President, Your Honor.
And also, you have a question? You also?
Uh,
Oh, yes, please,
Mr. President, meron pa akong isisingit pala from Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes.
On page 15, after line 2, insert new
So
section.
thank you. I'd just like to thank Ma'am Pia. Thank you very much, Madam Pia.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Thank you.
Yes, please proceed, Senator Tulfo. Page
On
15.
page 15, after line 2, insert new section 27 before duties and responsibilities. Section 27, nature of liability. The manning agency shall be jointly and severally liable with the principal or ship owner for any and all claims arising out of the implementation of the employment contract involving Filipino seafarers. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the amendment. Amendment is approved. No more amendments, Your Honors?
No more.
Yes, Senator Risa is raising her hand, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead, ma'am. You can stay in the middle podium, of course.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Good sponsor, pahabol na lang po ng isang proposed amendment
Yes, ma'am.
dun po sa coverage of seafarers. So dun pa rin po sa section 4P, page 6, line 4. Tama naman po na kanina napag-usapan natin yung section 3 ng DMW Act on the definition of terms. Kung saan sa section 3 na yon, letter J, mayroong seafarer na ang definition ay refers to an OFW who is engaged in employment in any capacity on board a merchant marine vessel plying international waters or other sea-based craft of similar category. So tama naman po, wala pong nakabanggit dito na to be engaged. Pero po, meron po akong nahanap an earlier term defined here in this section 3, letter G, overseas Filipino worker, OFW, na defined po refers to a Filipino who is to be engaged, is engaged, or has been engaged in remunerated activity in a country of which he or she is not an immigrant, citizen, or permanent resident, or is not awaiting naturalization, recognition, or admission, whether land-based or sea-based, regardless of status. Kaya po, pagtitignan po natin, good sponsor, ang definition ng seafarer at ang definition ng overseas Filipino worker, parang nakakalito, but at the same time, palagay ko nagbubukas ng pagkakataon sa atin, palawakin yung coverage ng seafarers, na isama yung to be engaged. Dahil yung definition ng seafarer ay refers to an OFW, so on and so forth. At doon naman po sa definition ng overseas Filipino worker, nandun po, opo, yung refers to a Filipino who is to be engaged. Kaya good, Mr. President, good sponsor, nais ko pong at salamat sa pagtatango ni Majority Leader, nais ko lang pong sa huling pagkakataong mag-apila sa good sponsor na atin pong idagdag dun sa section 4P, page 6, line 4 ng ating bill, yun pong who is to be engaged. I so move, Mr. President.
It's to be engaged. Bakit hindi pwede pag ano resort po?
Okay, no. He asked permission to leave. He just texted me.
Para din lamang po maging consistent sa DMW Act at pag-extend po ng ganyang coverage sa ating seafarers, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, Your Honor, kasi to be engaged, meaning wala pa po silang contract, therefore, hindi pa sila considered as seafarer or OFW, although meron po tayong batas sa anti-illegal recruitment sa ating DMW to go after illegal recruiter for those seafarers who wanted to be a seafarer, for those persons who wanted to become seafarer at and they are considered to be engaged because nasa process pa lang po kasama yung application nila para bago sila sumampa ng barko. So hindi, wala pa po silang pinirmang kontrata but they are considered to be engaged. Therefore, hindi pa ho dapat sila considered as seafarer just because no contract yet has been signed.
Gayun din po, Mr. President, good sponsor, dito nga po sa definition ng overseas Filipino worker sa DMW Act, na dun din po sa definition of terms, ang seafarer refers to an OFW. Dito po sa definition ng OFW, kasama po yung refers to a Filipino who is to be engaged. And further po dun sa definition na yon, nakalagay pa nga po, for purposes of this provision, a person engaged in remunerated activity covers a person who has been contracted for overseas employment but has yet to leave the Philippines regardless of status and includes overseas contract workers. Kaya po, kung ang pinag-uusapan po natin ay yung legislative intent nitong bill, mababasa din po siguro natin sa legislative intent nung namang batas na DMW Act na yung seafarer, which refers to an OFW, at yung OFW refers to a Filipino who is to be engaged, etc. So, baka
Yeah,
po,
I
yun
see your
po.
point,
Yes,
Your Honor.
Mr. President.
So
good
since
sponsor.
naka-specify yan, yung provision na yan doon sa mga OFW to be engaged versus dito po sa seafarer na walang nakalagay to be engaged. So gusto niyo po na isama rin sana itong mga seafarers, ang definition ng seafarers kasama na po doon sa mga to be engaged.
Opo, good sponsor. Dahil nga po, sa definition ng seafarer, nagsisimula siya na sa refers to an OFW. At doon naman po sa definition ng OFW, nagsisimula siya sa refers to a Filipino who is to be engaged.
You're
Mr.
right,
President,
Your
good
Honor.
sponsor.
But sa MLC, wala pong nakalagay doon to be engaged. Ang definitions ng seafarer sa MLC, walang nakamention doon about to be engaged. Straightforward po doon yung definition. Tulad ng definition namin dito, refers to a seafarer who has been engaged, employed, or working on board in any capacity of a ship vessel plying international waters and then whether Philippine registered or foreign registered. So, pinapalo lang po namin yung standard ng MLC dito po sa definition ng overseas seafarer. Mr. President, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr. President, good sponsor. Pero batay sa prinsipyo ng progressive legislation, kung habang piniperfect pa po yung kabuoang policy framework mula sa national legislation hanggang international conventions, pati na po local ordinances, kung meron na pong mas sumasaklaw na coverage at definition, baka lamang po, Mr. President, good sponsor, maaring pong kung ating pong ipa-perfect over time yung MLC din bilang signatory nation state, ay pwedeng i-reflect po yung pinakasumasaklaw na coverage at definition dun po sa DMW Act. Ibig sabihin po yung definition ng seafarer, opo, pero in relation also sa definition ng OFW, kung saan nga po nakabanggit doon na refers to a Filipino who is to be engaged. Mr. President, good sponsor.
Yeah, I ask for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
I should suspend it. Yes, please proceed, dear sponsor and dear colleague, Senator Risa.
Yes, Mr. President. So to reiterate, I propose an amendment in consistency with the Department of Migrant Workers Act to include Filipino seafarers who are to be engaged in Section 4P coverage of seafarers. I so move, Mr. President.
Sa page 7 na lang. Page 7, line 8, after the word act. Ay,
Huh?
page 7, line 8. Tapos after.
Page 7, line 7.
Last sentence na lang. Natin yung sentence na. Sorry.
Is there a counter proposal from our sponsor?
I believe so, Mr. President.
Yes. I will give him half a minute suspension.
After line 12.
We're- In response to the proposed amendments of Senator Riza Ontiveros, Mr. President, on page 7, after line 12, insert a new paragraph as follows. Nothing in this act shall diminish the protection given to overseas Filipino workers under Republic Act number 11641, otherwise known as the Department of Migrant Workers, the MW Act, including seafarers who are still to be engaged as such. I so move, Mr. President.
Accepted?
I accept the amendment to the amendment, Mr. President. Good sponsors.
Yay. Thank you very much. Therefore, no objection. Amendments accepted. And one last final
Daghang
amendment.
salamat.
Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. Thank you very much.
And one last final amendment, Your Honor, my dear sponsor. I just saw this, it was just pointed out to me, just a styling amendment. On page 14, line 4, after the word cost, delete the word shall. So it will read, the related cost be directly or indirectly levied. Hindi na po kailangan ng shall kasi there's shall also a few words prior to that.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. There being no objection. Amendments accepted. Majority Leader, there are no more amendments
Yes, Mr.
to this
President.
wonderful act.
To God be the glory. With no other amendments, Mr. President, I move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, period of amendments are closed.
Subject to style, Mr. President.
Subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2221. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senate Bill number 2221 is approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this being a certified measure, I'd like to request the Secretary to read the letter of certification from President Ferdinand Bongbong Romualdez Marcos Jr. So move, Mr. President.
Please proceed, your distinguished Deputy Secretary.
Malacanang Palace, Manila, 25 September 2023. Senator Juan Miguel F. Subiri, Senate President, Senate of the Philippines, Pasay City. Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill number 2221 entitled an act providing for the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers in order to address recurring deficiencies in our domestic laws pertaining to the training and accreditation of thousands of Filipino seafarers which endanger their employment in the European market in particular and the global maritime arena in general. Likewise, the bill guarantees to the international community that the Philippines will comply with its obligations of ensuring that our training facilities and equipment are at par with international standards and those set by relevant conventions. Best regards, very truly yours, the President. Happy Farnes, Representative Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House.
Thank you, DepSec Belen. This is definitely a historic day for all of us. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2221. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We now ask the Secretary to proceed with the third reading vote and the roll call vote of members.
Roll call vote, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senate President Subiri.
Yes, na yes. With 14 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2221 is approved on third reading. A Christmas gift to seafarers, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished sponsor, the gentleman from Isabela and Davao, our dear colleague, Senator Idol Rafi Tulfo.
Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized, and after his explanation and I guess his manifestation, I'd ask the members to stay for just one historic picture after his manifestation. I'll suspend session for 1 minute. Yes, we recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really overwhelmed with joy. I cannot believe that this is happening.
Pati yung langit sumisigaw.
Pati yung langit parang
Pati yung
pumapalakpak.
langit sumisigaw.
This is the first time na ako po ay nagpapasa ng bill at napunta na po sa third reading. And I would like very much to thank my colleagues, especially you, Mr. President, who's been supporting me from day one, from the get-go. And I really thank you. And of course, yung mga seafarers, they were always with me and I always consult them. Lalo na po yung AMASOP. Yung AMASOP po ay isang union na marami pong followers. May pinakamaraming union members. Of course, the DMW and the OWA and my staff who worked overtime to make these things possible. And for all the seafarers, this is all for you. Of course, gift to sa inyo ng ating Pangulo dahil sinertify niya as urgent bill and it really happened. So also I'd like to thank our President, BBM, for making this bill urgent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Bongbong Marcos and Mr. President SP.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. May I ask for 1 minute?
Mr. President,
Yes.
before we do that, may we recognize the distinguished lady from Pangasinan and Iloilo, Senator Grace Poe, for her explanation of vote, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague from Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, Filipino seafarers are a vital part of the world maritime industry. In 2022, over 489,000 Filipino seafarers have been deployed in ships all over the world. In the same year alone, their remittances accounted for 6.71 billion or 1.66% of our gross domestic product. Di maitatanggi na malaki ang kontribusyon ng mga marinong Pilipino sa pagpapaunlad ng ekonomiya, lalo na ng maritime industry, hindi lamang dito sa ating bansa, maging sa buong mundo. Kinikilala sila sa kanilang angking sipag, dedikasyon at professionalism. Indeed, Filipino seafarers are the backbone of the global maritime industry. Mr. President, it has been 10 years since I first filed the Filipinong Marino Act to protect the interest and welfare of Filipino seafarers. As one of the authors, we thank the chairperson, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for stewardship of this measure. The long overdue Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers is no longer a dream. Our seafarers can now be assured of a safer and modern maritime industry where they are valued and protected and capacitated to perform their duties. I would like to thank also our colleagues, particularly Senator Pia, for also refining the bill and contributing for its legal soundness. As legislators, we vow to continue pushing for maritime-related policies and support programs and projects that will further improve and promote the development of the maritime industry. Advancing the rights and welfare of our Filipino seafarers through this Magna Carta would not only improve their lives, but would also ensure the safety of travelers and secure the future of the Filipino seafarers' families. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Mr.
And if
President,
yes, please.
if I may just insert into the records the explanation of both of this representation. Just like Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Grace Poe, I could no longer remember how long it has been for this representation who filed the same measure, Mr. President. Last Congress, if you recall, Mr. President, it's already here in the plenary and we didn't have much time to pass the measure. And again, we thank the gentleman from Isabela and Davao for taking the cudgels and sponsoring this very important landmark legislation. And congratulations to you, Mr. President, and our dear colleagues. So again, may I just be allowed to insert into the records the explanation of both.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Thank you.
And
Together, Mr. President,
Senator Bong
with
Revilla,
Senator Bong Revilla,
Senator Sherwin
Jinggoy Estrada, Win
Senator Jinggoy
Gatchalian, and Bongo, Mr. President, that their
Yes.
explanation be inserted into the records.
And for those who also want to be made co-author and co-sponsor of this measure, let's make all the members who voted in favor tonight be made automatic co-sponsor and co-author. And I'd just like to put on record, I've been on a cruise with my wife and my family twice, and each time I go, half the crew ng cruise ship ay Pilipino. Alam mo, kaya tumataba kami dun. Tuwing kumakain po kami, dinadala kami ng kanin. Wala namang kanin dun, pero pag kilala ka Pilipino, inaalagaan ka na mabuti. Alam mo, sinasabi nila sa akin, ay, Senator Subiri, sana tulungan mo kami mga seafarers. Alam nyo na yon? I'm so happy to say this. When a seafarer now goes to us and asks us to help them, we can say with pride that this Congress, this 19th Congress, this batch of senators passed the Magna Carta for seafarers. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Mabuhay. Senator Legarda?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the members of the Senate, especially the sponsor, a neophyte senator who was able to shepherd the process and sponsor not an easy piece of legislation. So congratulations to Senator Raffy Tulfo, despite all odds and challenges. I would like to remind all our colleagues, Mr. President, we're standing here 2023. Who was here in 2012 where yes, Senator Cayetano would probably remember that we concurred in the ratification of the MLC 2006. That's the Maritime Labor Convention of 2006. It is Senate Resolution 829 when we concurred, and I believe it was a unanimous concurrence. And we know that this Maritime Labor Convention formed part of the backbone of the Magna Carta for seafarers. So that's how long it takes to be able to enact enabling legislation of conventions and treaties that we enter into. And just so that we put into the record the importance of the MLC, it envisioned to spur the modernization of shipping fleets to comply with international standards. And this will enter into force 1 year after it's been ratified by 30 countries. And this also, of course, protected the rights of personnel manning the ships, and 30% of all the personnel of ships are Filipino seafarers, etc., etc. So I'm reading a long statement after 2012. So it took 11 years. I'm grateful to my colleagues and all the authors as well, and being a proud co-author. But of course, it would not have been possible if the Migrant Workers Committee was not established. Of course, this could have been discussed in another committee, but without the perseverance of our neophyte lawmaker, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Maraming salamat sa inyo at marami tayong gagawin para mapatupad ang mga alituntunin na napakahalagang batas na ito. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
once
President.
again, congratulations, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Job well done, sir. Job well done. Session suspended for 1 minute for a photo opportunity.
Yes.
Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, another good news that we'd like to manifest on the floor. Mr. President, last night, the House of Representatives adopted the Senate version of the Internet Transactions Act.
Very
And so
good. Let's make that clear. They adopted,
the Senate version of the Internet
well
Transactions Act, Mr. President.
reviewed, studied,
Well debated, Mr. President.
debated Internet Transaction Act of the Senate. Ba't natatawa, Senator JP?
Mr.
We
President,
thank them for adopting our
we
version.
thank our counterparts, Mr. President, in the House of Reps to expedite the process, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, committee report number 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, and 152. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the consent of the body, I move that we consider House Bill numbers 907, 1147, 7539, 7553, 7647, 7768, 7934, 7933, 7770, 7769, 7645, 7648, and 8133 under committee report numbers 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, and 152 respectively. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may we ask the Secretary to read the titles of the measure? So move, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the short titles of the measure.
House Bill number 907, District Engineering Office, 5th Legislative District, Batangas. 1147, District Engineering Office, 6th Legislative District, Isabela. 7539, District Engineering Office, 3rd Legislative District, Bataan. 7553, District Engineering Office, 2nd Legislative District, Davao del Norte. 7647, District Engineering Office, Lone Legislative District, General Santos City. 7768, District Engineering Office, and the 3rd Legislative District in Bulacan. 7934, District Engineering Office, Lone Legislative District of Lapu-Lapu. 7933, District Engineering Office in Antipolo, Rizal. 7770, District Engineering Office, the 2nd Legislative District of Baclan. 7769, District Engineering Office, the 3rd Legislative District of Iloilo. 7645, District Engineering Office, 4th Legislative District, Bukidnon. 7648, District Engineering Office, 6th Legislative District, Batangas. And House Bill number 8133, creating a District Engineering Office in the 2nd Legislative District of Davao City.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to sponsor all the measures, may we recognize Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Works, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. President.
The sponsor, Senator Bong Revilla, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to sponsor several bills on the creation of district engineering offices, DEOs. There are House Bill number 907 and Senate Bill numbers 2160 and 2274 under Committee Report number 140, all seeking to create a district engineering office in the 5th Legislative District of the province of Batangas. And number 2, House Bill number 1147 under Committee Report number 141 for the creation of DEO in the 6th Legislative District of the province of Isabela. Number 3, House Bill number 7539 under Committee Report number 142, creating a DEO in 3rd Legislative District of the province of Bataan. Number 4, House Bill number 7553 under Committee Report number 143, seeking to create a DEO in the 2nd Legislative District of the province of Davao del Norte. Number 5, House Bill number 7647 under Committee Report number 144, House Bill number 7647 for creation of a DEO in the Lone Legislative District of the city of General Santos. House Bill number 7768 under Committee Report number 145, creating a DEO in the 3rd Legislative District of the province of Bulacan. Number 7, House Bill number 7934 under Committee Report number 146 for the creation of DO in the Lone Legislative District of the city of Lapu-Lapu. Number 8, House Bill number 7933 under Committee Report number 147,
Sana wala na.
creating a DO in the city of Antipolo, province of Rizal. Number 9, House Bill number 7770 under Committee Report number 148 for the creation of a DO in the 2nd Legislative District of the province of Aklan. Number 10, House Bill number 7769 under Committee Report number 149, creating a DO in the 3rd Legislative District of the province of Iloilo. Number 11, House Bill number 7645 under Committee Report number 150, House Bill number 7645 seeking to create DO in the 4th Legislative District of the province of Bukidnon. Number 12, House Bill number 7648 under Committee Report number 151 for the creation of a DO in the 6th Legislative District of the province of Batangas. And finally, number 13, House Bill number 8133 under Committee Report number 152, creating a DO in the 2nd Legislative District of Davao City. The importance of the district engineering offices lies in making public service through public works more accessible to the people at inilalapit natin ang serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan upang mas madali nilang mapakinabangan. We are all in agreement that public infrastructures and road networks, which are the major outputs of the Department of Public Works and Highways, DPWH, are the backbone of our economy. Localizing these public works through the creation of district engineering offices is a helpful contribution to our national aim of economic development. Your Committee on Public Works has conducted a public hearing on these proposals with the sincerest appeal and active participation from our colleagues in the House of Representatives, the proponents of these various measures. We have the honor to present to this chamber the said committee reports with the utmost request for your favorable consideration. Mga kababayan in the provinces of Batangas, Isabela, Bataan, Davao del Norte, Bukidnon, Bulacan, Iloilo, and Aklan, and the cities of General Santos, Antipolo, Lapu-Lapu, and Davao will greatly benefit from these proposals. And Senator Padilla and Tolentino has also expressed their intent to be made co-sponsor of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening. Good night.
Good night. Senator Bogdan.
Mr. President,
Majority-
Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study further these measures, I move 907, 1147, 7539, 7553, 7647, 7768, 7934, 7933, 7770, 7769, 7645, 7648, and 8133. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved. Before we
Mr.
adjourn,
President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 27th session Tuesday, September 26, 2023, and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. President.
there being no objection, motion's approved. Yes, before we go, I'd just like to put on record our output in the last 28 session days. We passed 8 priority measures, several national measures. To name a few was the LGU Income Classification Act, National Employment Plan or the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, which was signed
this
today,
morning.
Internet Transaction Act, PPP, Public-Private Partnership Code of the Philippines, Ease of Paying Taxes, Philippine Passport Act, Magna Carta for Seafarers, which we passed tonight, the Salt Industry Act, expanding the Centenarians Act, Mental Health Act, and Caregivers Act in these 28 session days. So I'm very proud of the men and women of the Senate together with the Secretariat. Maraming salamat sa mga staff ng mga senador. Maraming salamat. A job well done to all of us. I'm very, very proud of all of you. So, Majority Leader, once again, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before we adjourn, may I remind our colleagues that there is a standing Senate resolution, proposed Senate Resolution number 21, entitled Resolution Authorizing All Regular Standing Committees, Oversight Committees, and Special Committees of the Senate to conduct hearings, meetings, and consultations during every recess of the Senate to have continuity in the process of passing pending proposed legislation and to conduct investigations on issues of national interest to aid in crafting relevant legislation. And before we adjourn, Mr. President, may we again put on record, Mr. President, our sincerest thanks and gratitude to your leadership in putting the Senate at the right spot in times like this, Mr. President, where we are able to connect and make a difference in taking good care of our people from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and all parts of the earth. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. And with that, I move.
Before you make that motion, I also want to thank the Majority Floor Leader, the hardworking Majority Floor Leader. He's like the energizer bunny. He does not lose power. Kung sa telepono pa, palaging charged and fully charged. And he's the one that leads and inspires us to continue working hard every day. And we also like to take this opportunity to thank the Senate President Pro Tempore, the Deputy Minority Floor Leaders, the Minority Floor Leader, and of course the Deputy Majority Floor Leaders, and all the chairmen and members of the 19th Congress of the Senate. We also like to thank, as I mentioned earlier, the Secretariat, but first and foremost, we'd like to once again thank DepSec Edwin Belen for 36 years of hard work. 36 years of hard work. Let him be an inspiration to all of us. So therefore, the motion, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President. With that, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, November 6, 2023. So
And
moved, Mr. President.
before I act on the motion, I told the Secretary that we will send our employees home early tomorrow. Wala bang palakpak yung mga empleyado? Oh, maaga ang uwi ninyo bukas. Therefore, with no objection, the session is adjourned till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, November 6, 2023. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Mabuhay po ang Pilipinas.